Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of The Demon King by Cinda Williams Chima, narrated by Carol Monda, and directed by Erica Jensen.
Chapter 1. The Hunt. Alister squatted next to the steaming mud spring, praying that the thermal crust would hold his weight. He'd tied a bandana over his mouth and nose, but his eyes still stung and teared from the sulfur fumes that boiled upward from the bubbling ooze. He extended his digging stick toward a patch of plants with bilious green flowers at the edge of the spring. Sliding the tip under the clump, he pried it from the mud and lifted it free, dropping it into the deerskin bag that hung from his shoulder. Then, placing his feet carefully, he stood and retreated to solid ground. He was nearly there when one foot broke through the fragile surface, sending him calf-deep into the gray, sticky, superheated mud. "Hannaleah's bloody bones!" he yelped, flinging himself backward and hoping he didn't land flat on his back in another mud pot. Or worse, in one of the blue water springs that would boil the flesh from his bones in minutes. Fortunately, he landed on solid earth amid the lodgepole pines, the breath exploding from his body. Han heard Fire Dancer scrambling down the slope behind him, stifling laughter. Dancer gripped Han's wrists and hauled him to safer ground, leaning back for leverage. "We'll change your name, Huntsalone," Dancer said, squatting next to Han. Dancer's tawny face was solemn, the startling blue eyes widely innocent, but the corners of his mouth twitched. "How about Wades in the Mud Pot? Mud Pot for short." Han wasn't amused. Swearing, he grabbed up a handful of leaves to wipe his boot with. He should have worn his beat-up old moccasins. His knee-high footwear had saved him a bad burn, but the right boot was caked with stinking mud, and he knew he'd hear about it when he got home. "Those boots were clan-made," his mother would say. "Do you know what they cost?" It didn't matter that she hadn't paid for them in the first place. Dancer's mother, Willow, had traded them to Han for the rare Deathmaster mushroom he'd found the previous spring. Ma'am hadn't been happy when he'd brought them home. "Boots?" Ma'am had stared at him in disbelief. "Fancy boots? How long will it take you to grow out of those? You couldn't have asked for money, grain to fill our bellies, or firewood or warm blankets for our beds?" She'd advanced on him with the switch she always seemed to have close at hand. Han backed away from her, knowing from experience that a lifetime of hard work had given his mother a powerful arm. She'd raised welts on his back and shoulders, but he kept the boots. They were worth far more than what he'd given in trade, and he knew it. Willow had always been generous to Han and Ma'am and Mary, his sister, because there was no man in the house. Unless you counted Han, and most people didn't, even though he was already 16 and nearly grown. Dancer brought water from Firehole Spring and sloshed it over Han's slimed boot. "Why is it that only nasty plants growing in nasty places are valuable?" Dancer said. "If they'd grown in a garden, who'd pay good money for them?" Han growled, wiping his hands on his leggings. The silver cuffs around his wrists were caked with mud as well, deeply embedded in the delicate engraving. He'd better take a brush to them before he got home, or he'd hear about that, too. It was a fitting end to a frustrating day. They'd been out since dawn, and all he had to show for it were 3 sulfur lilies, a large bag of cinnamon bark, some razor leaf, and a handful of common snagwort that he could pass off as maidenweed at the Flatlander market. His mother's empty purse had sent him foraging in the mountains too early in the season. "This is a waste of time," Han said, though it had been his idea in the first place. He snatched up a rock and flung it into the mud pot, where it disappeared with a viscous plop. "Let's do something else." Dancer cocked his head, his beaded braids swinging. "What would you—" "Let's go hunting," Hans said, touching the bow slung across his back. Dancer frowned, thinking. "We could try Burnt Tree Meadow. The Fells deer are moving up from the flatlands. Bird saw them there day before yesterday." "Let's go, then." Han didn't have to think long about it. It was the hunger moon. The crocks of beans and cabbage and dried fish his mother had laid up for the long winter had evaporated. Even if he'd fancied sitting down to another meal of beans and cabbage, lately there'd been nothing but porridge and more porridge, with the odd bit of salt meat for flavor. Meat for the table would more than make up for today's meager gleanings. They set off east, leaving the smoking springs behind. Dancer set a relentless, ground-eating pace down the valley of the Durnwater. Han's bad mood began to wear away with the friction of physical exertion. It was hard to stay angry on such a day. Signs of spring bloomed all around them. Skunk cabbages and maiden's kiss and May apples covered the ground, and Han breathed in the scent of warm earth freed from its winter covering. The Durnwater frothed over stones and roared over waterfalls, fed by melting snow on the upper slopes. The day warmed as they descended, and soon Han removed his deerskin jacket and pushed his sleeves past his elbows. Burnt Tree Meadow was the site of a recent fire. In a few short years it would be reclaimed by forest, but for now it was a sea of tall grasses and wildflowers, studded with the standing trunks of charred lodgepole pines. Other trunks lay scattered like a giant's game of pitch sticks. Knee-high pine trees furred the ground, and blackberry and bramble basked in sunlight where there had once been deep pine forest shade. A dozen Fells deer stood, heads down, grazing on the tender spring grasses. Their large ears flicked away insects, and their red hides shone like spots of paint against the browns and greens of the meadow. Han's pulse accelerated. Dancer was the better archer, more patient in choosing his shots, but Han saw no reason why they shouldn't each take a deer. His always empty stomach growled at the thought of fresh meat. Han and Dancer circled the meadow to the downwind side, downslope from the herd. Crouching behind a large rock, Han slid his bow free and tightened the slack bowstring, trying it with his calloused thumb. The bow was new, made to match his recent growth. It was clan-made like everything in his life that married beauty and function. Han eased to his feet and drew the bowstring back to his ear. Then he paused, sniffing the air. The breeze carried the distinct scent of wood smoke. His gaze traveled up the mountain and found a thin line of smoke cutting across the slope. He looked at Dancer and raised his eyebrows in inquiry. Dancer shrugged. The ground was soaked and the spring foliage green and lush. Nothing should burn in this season. The deer in the meadow caught the scent, too. They raised their heads, snorting and stamping their feet nervously, the whites showing in their liquid brown eyes. Han looked up the mountain again. Now he could see orange, purple, and green flames at the base of the fire line, and the wind blowing downslope grew hot and thick with smoke. Purple and green, Han thought. Were there plants that burned with colors like those? The herd milled anxiously for a moment, as if not sure which way to go, then turned as one and charged straight toward them. Han hastily raised his bow and managed to get off a shot as the deer bounded past. He missed completely. Dancer's luck was no better. Han sprinted after the herd, leaping over obstacles, hoping to try again, but it was no use. He caught a tantalizing glimpse of the white flags of their tails before the deer vanished into the pines. Muttering to himself, he trudged back to where Dancer stood, staring at the mountain. The line of garish flame rolled toward them, picking up speed, leaving a charred and desolate landscape in its wake. "What's going on?" Dancer shook his head. "There's no burns this time of year." As they watched, the fire gathered momentum, leaping small ravines. Glittering embers landed on all sides, driven by the downslope wind. The heat seared the skin on Han's exposed face and hands. He shook ash from his hair and slapped sparks off his coat, beginning to realize their danger. "Come on, we'd better get out of the way." They ran across the ridge, slipping and sliding on the shale and wet leaves, knowing a fall could mean disaster. They took refuge behind a rocky prominence that pierced the thin vegetative skin of the mountain. Rabbits, foxes, and other small animals galloped past, just ahead of the flames. The fire line swept by, hissing and snapping, greedily consuming everything in its path. And after came 3 riders, like shepherds driving the flames before them. Han stared, mesmerized. They were boys no older than Han and Dancer, but they wore fine cloaks of silk and summer wool that grazed their stirrups, and long stoles glittering with exotic emblems. The horses they rode weren't compact, shaggy mountain ponies, but flatlander horses, with long, delicate legs and proudly arched necks, their saddles and bridles embellished with silver fittings. Han knew horseflesh, and these horses would cost a year's pay for a common person, a lifetime's earnings for him. The boys rode with a loose and easy arrogance, as if oblivious to the breathtaking landscape around them. Dancer went still, his bronze face hardening and his blue eyes going flat and opaque. "Charmcasters," he breathed, using the clan term for wizards. "I should have known." Charmcasters, Han thought, fear and excitement thrilling through him. He'd never seen one up close. Wizards didn't consort with people like him. They lived in the elaborate palaces surrounding Fellsmarch Castle and attended the Queen at court. Many served as ambassadors to foreign countries, purposefully so. Rumors of their powers of sorcery kept foreign invaders away. The most powerful among them was named the High Wizard, advisor and magical enforcer of the Queen of the Fells. "Stay away from wizards," Mam always said. "You don't want to be noticed by such as them. Get too close and you might get burnt alive or turned into something foul and unholy. Common folk are like dirt under their feet." Like anything forbidden, wizards fascinated Han. But this was one rule he'd never had a chance to break. Charmcasters weren't allowed in the Spirit Mountains, except to their council house on Grey Lady, overlooking the Vale. Nor would they venture into Ragmarket, the gritty Fellsmarch neighborhood Han called home. If they needed something from the markets, they sent servants to purchase it. In this way, the 3 peoples of the Fells achieved a tenuous peace: the wizards of the Northern Isles, the Vale folk of the Valley, and Upland clan. As the riders drew closer to their hiding place, Han studied them avidly. The Charmcaster in the lead had straight black hair that swept back from a widow's peak and hung to his shoulders. He wore multiple rings on his long fingers, and an intricately carved pendant hung from a heavy chain around his neck. No doubt it was some kind of powerful amulet. His stoles were emblazoned with silver falcons, claws extended in attack. Silver falcons, Han thought. That must be the emblem of his wizard house. The other 2 were ginger-haired, with identical broad, flat noses and snarling fells cats on their stoles. Han assumed they were brothers or cousins. They rode a little behind the black-haired wizard and seemed to defer to him. They wore no amulets that Han could see. Han would have been content to remain hidden and watch them ride by, but Dancer had other ideas. He erupted from the shadow of the rocks, practically under the hooves of the horses, spooking them so the 3 riders had to fight to keep their seats. "I am Fire Dancer," Dancer proclaimed loudly in the common speech, "of Marisa Pine's camp." He skipped right over the ritual welcome of the traveler and cut into the meat. "This camp demands to know who you are and what wizards are doing on Hanalea, as is forbidden by the naming." Dancer stood tall, his hands fisted at his sides, but he seemed small next to the three strangers on their horses. "What's come over Dancer?" Han wondered, reluctantly emerging from his hiding place to stand beside his friend. He didn't like that the Charmcasters were trespassing on their hunting ground either, but he was savvy enough not to go up against hex magic. The black-haired boy glared down at Dancer, then flinched, his black eyes widening in surprise before he resumed his cool, disdainful expression. "Does he know Dancer?" Han looked from one to the other. Dancer didn't seem to know him. Even though Han was taller than Dancer, the wizard's gazes seemed to flow over him like water over a rock, and then back to his friend. Han looked down at his mud-stained deerskin leggings and rag market shirt, envying the stranger's finery. He felt invisible, insignificant. Dancer wasn't cowed by Charmcasters. "I asked your names," he said. He gestured toward the retreating flames. "That looks like wizard flame to me." How does Dancer know what wizard flame looks like? Han wondered. Or is he just bluffing? The boy with the falcon signet glanced at the others, as if debating whether to respond. Getting no help from his friends, he turned back to Dancer. "I'm Micah Bayar, of Airy House," he said, as if his very name would put them on their knees. "We're here on the Queen's orders. Queen Mariana and the Princesses Raisa and Melanie are hunting in the vale below. We're driving the deer down to meet them." "The Queen ordered you to set fire to the mountain so she could have a good day's hunting?" Dancer shook his head in disbelief. "I said so, didn't I?" Something in the wizard's expression told Han he wasn't being exactly truthful. "The deer don't belong to the Queen," Han said. "We've as much right to hunt them as she does." "Anyway, you're underage," Dancer said. "You're not allowed to use magic, nor carry an amulet." He pointed to the jewel at Bayar's neck. How did Dancer know that? Han thought. He himself knew nothing of wizards' rules. Dancer must have struck a nerve, because Bayar glared at him. "That's wizard business," the Charmcaster said, "and no concern of yours." "Well, Micah Jinx-Flinger," Dancer said, now resorting to the clan insult for wizards. "If Queen Mariana wants to hunt deer in summer, she can come up into the high country after them, as she always has." Bayar raised his black eyebrows. "Where she can sleep on a dirt floor, shoulder to shoulder with a dozen filthy kinsmen, and go a week without a hot bath, and come home stinking of wood smoke and sweat with a case of the night itches?" He snorted with laughter, and his friends followed suit. "I don't blame her for preferring the accommodations in the Vale." He doesn't know anything, Han thought, recalling the cozy lodges with their sleeping benches, the songs and stories told around the fire, the shared feasts from the common pot. So many nights he'd fallen asleep under furs and clan-made blankets, with the thread of the old songs winding through his dreams. Han wasn't clan, but he often wished he was. It was the one place he'd ever felt at home, the one place he didn't feel like he was clinging on by his fingernails. "Princess Raisa was fostered at Demon Eye Camp for 3 years, Dancer said, his chin thrust out stubbornly. "The princess's clan-bred father has some archaic ideas," Bayar replied, and his companions laughed again. "Me? I wouldn't marry a girl who'd spent time in the camps. I'd be afraid she'd been ruined." Suddenly Dancer's knife was in his hand. "Repeat that, Jinx-Flinger." Dancer said, his voice cold as the Dern water. Bayard jerked hard on his reins, and his horses stepped back, putting more distance between Bayard and Dancer. "I'd say women have more to fear from jinx-slingers than from anyone in the camps," Dancer went on. His heart accelerating, Hans stepped up beside Dancer and put his hand on the hilt of his own knife, careful not to get in the way of Dancer's throwing arm. Dancer was quick on his feet and good with a blade. But a blade against magic? Even 2 blades? "Relax, Copperhead." Bayard licked his lips, his eyes fixed on Dancer's knife. "Here's the thing. My father says that girls who go to the camps come back proud and opinionated and difficult to manage. That's all." He smirked as if it were a joke they could all share. Dancer didn't smile. "Are you saying that the blooded heir to the throne of the Fells needs to be managed?" "Dancer," Hans said, but Dancer dismissed his warning with a shake of his head. Hans sized up the 3 wizards as he would his opponents in any street fight. All 3 carried heavy, elaborate swords that hadn't seen much use. Get them down off their horses. There's the thing, he thought. A quick slash to the cinch strap would do the trick. Get in close, where their swords wouldn't do much good. Take out Bayard, and the others will cut and run. One of the ginger-haired wizards cleared his throat nervously, as if uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. He was the elder of the 2, and stocky, with plump, pale, freckled hands that gripped his reins tightly. "Micah," he said in the Vale dialect, nodding toward the valley below. "Come on, let's go. We'll miss the hunt." "Hold on, Miffus." Bayard stared down at Dancer, black eyes glittering in his pale face. "Aren't you called Hayden?" he inquired in common, using Dancer's Vale name. "It's just Hayden, isn't it? A mongrel name, since you have no father." Dancer stiffened. "That is my Vale name," he said, lifting his chin defiantly. "My real name is Fire Dancer." "Hayden is a wizard's name," Bayard said, fingering the amulet around his neck. "How dare you presume—" "I presume nothing," Dancer said. "I didn't choose it. I'm Clan. Why would I choose a jinx-slinger name?" Good question, Han thought, looking from one to the other. Some among the clans used flatland names in the Vale, but why would a jinx-flinger like Micah Bayard know Dancer's Vale name? Bayard flushed red, and it took him a moment to muster a response. "So you claim, Hayden," Bayard drawled. "Maybe you fathered yourself, which means you and your mother—" Dancer's arm flashed up, but Han just managed to slam it aside as the knife left his hand, and it ended, quivering, in the trunk of a tree. "Come on, Dancer," Han thought, hunching his shoulders against his friend's furious glare. Killing a wizard friend of the Queen would buy them a world of trouble. The charmcaster Bayard sat frozen a moment, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. Then his face went white with anger. He extended one imperious hand toward Dancer, took hold of his amulet with the other, and began muttering a charm in the language of magic, stumbling over the words a bit. "Micah!" the more slender Fellscat wizard said, nudging his horse up close. "No, it's not worth it. The fire was one thing. If they find out we—" "Shut up, Arcada," Bayard replied. "I'm going to teach this base-born copperhead respect." Looking put out that he was forced to start over, he began the charm again. "Try and be a peacemaker and see where it gets you," Han thought. He unslung his bow and nocked an arrow, aiming at Bayard's chest. "Hey, Micah," he said, "how about this? Shut it or I shoot." Bayard squinted at Han, as if once again surprised to see him, perhaps realizing he would, indeed, be dead before he could finish the hex, the wizard released his grip on the amulet and raised his hands. At the sight of Han's bow, Miphis and Arcata pawed at the hilts of their swords, but Dancer knocked his own arrow, and the boys let go and raised their hands as well. "Smart move," Han said, nodding. "I'm guessing jinxes are slower than arrows." "You tried to murder me," Bayar said to Dancer, as if amazed that such a thing could happen. "Do you realize who I am? My father is High Wizard, counselor to the Queen, when he finds out what you did. Why don't you run back to Grey Lady and tell him all about it?" Dancer said, jerking his head toward the downslope trail. "Go on. You don't belong here. Get off the mountain. Now!" Bayard didn't want to back off with his two friends as witnesses. "Just remember," he said softly, fingering his amulet, "it's a long way down the mountain. Anything can happen along the way." Bones, Han thought. He'd been ambushed too many times in the streets and alleyways of Fellsmarch. He knew enough about bullies to recognize the trait in Bayar. This boy would hurt them if he could, and he wouldn't play fair doing it. Keeping his bowstring tight, Han pointed his chin at the wizard. "You, take off your jinx piece," he ordered. "Throw it down on the ground." "This?" Bayard touched the evil-looking jewel that hung around his neck. When Han nodded, the boy shook his head. "You can't be serious," he snarled, closing his fist around it. "Do you know what this is?" "I have an idea," Han said. He gestured with the bow. "Take it off and throw it down." Bayard sat frozen, his face going pale. "You can't use this, you know," he said, looking from Han to Dancer. "If you even touch it, you'll be incinerated." "We'll take our chances," Dancer said, glancing over at Han. The Charmcaster's eyes narrowed. "You're nothing more than thieves, then," he sneered. "I should have known." "Use your head," Han said. "What would I do with truck like that? I just don't want to have to be looking over my shoulder all the way home." Arcata leaned in toward Bayar and muttered in Veil speech, "Better give it to him. You know what they say about the Copperheads. They'll cut your throat and drink your blood and feed you to their wolves so no one will ever find your bones." Miphis nodded vigorously. "Or they'll use us in rituals. They'll burn us alive, sacrifice us to their goddesses." Han clenched his jaw, struggling to keep the surprise and amusement off his face. It seemed the Jinxflingers had their own reasons to fear the clan. "I can't give it to them, you idiot," Bayar hissed. "You know why. If my father finds out I took it, we'll all be punished." "I told you not to take it," Arcata muttered. "I told you it was a bad idea. Just because you want to impress Princess Raisa." "You know I wouldn't have taken it if we were allowed to have our own," Bayar said. "It was the only one I—" "What are you looking at?" he demanded, noticing Han and Dancer's interest in the conversation and maybe realizing for the first time that they understood the Flatlander language. "I'm looking at someone who's already in trouble and getting in deeper," Han said. "Now drop the amulet." Bayard glared at Han as if actually seeing him for the first time. "You're not even clan. Who are you?" Han knew better than to hand his name to an enemy. "They call me Shiv," he said, fishing a name out of memory. "Street Lord of Southbridge." "Shiv, you say?" The wizard tried to stare him down, but his gaze kept sliding away. "It's strange. There's something... You seem..." His voice trailed off as if he'd lost track of the thought. Han sighted down the shaft of his arrow, feeling sweat trickling down between his shoulder blades. If Bayar wouldn't give, he'd have to figure out what to do next. Just then, he had no clue. "I'll count to 5, he said, hanging onto his street face. Then I put an arrow through your neck. 1. With a quick, vicious movement, Bayar yanked the chain over his head and tossed the amulet onto the ground. It clanked softly as it landed. "Just try to pick it up," the charmcaster said, leaning forward in his saddle. "I dare you." Han looked from Bayar to the jinx piece, unsure whether to believe him or not. "Go on, get out of here," Dancer said. "I reckon you'd better think about how you're going to put that fire out. If you don't, I guarantee the Queen won't be happy, whether she asked you to start it or not." Bayar stared at him for a moment, lips twitching with unspoken words. Then he wrenched his mount's head around and drove his heels into the horse's sides. Horse and rider charged down slope as if they were, in fact, trying to catch the fire. Arcada stared after him, then turned to Dancer, shaking his head. "You fools! How is he supposed to put it out without the amulet?" He wheeled his horse, and the two wizards followed Bayar at a slightly less reckless pace. "I hope he breaks his neck," Dancer muttered, staring after the three charmcasters. Han let out his breath and released the tension on his bow, slinging it across his shoulder. "What was all that about your veil name? Have you met Bayar before?" Dancer jammed his arrow back in his quiver. "Where would I meet a jinx flinger?" "Why did he say what he did about your father?" Han persisted. "How does he know that—" "How should I know?" Dancer said, his face hard and furious. "Forget about it. Let's go." Obviously, Dancer didn't want to talk about it. Fine, Han thought. He had no room to complain. He had enough secrets of his own. "What about this thing?" Han squatted and studied the jinx piece warily, afraid to touch it. "Do you think he was bluffing?" He looked up at Dancer, who was watching from a safe distance. "I mean, do you think they need this thing to put the fire out?" "Just leave it," Dancer said, shuddering. "Let's get out of here." "That jinx flinger didn't want to give this thing up," Han mused. "Must be valuable." Han knew traders of magical pieces in Rag Market. He'd dealt with them a time or two when he worked the street. A taking like this could pay the rent for a year. "You're not a thief. Not anymore," he said to himself. If he said it often enough, it just might stick. But he couldn't let it lie. There was something malevolent yet fascinating about the amulet. Power emanated from it like heat from a stove on a cold day. It warmed his front, making the rest of him feel colder by comparison. Using a stick, he lifted the amulet by its chain. It dangled, spinning hypnotically in the sunlight, a green translucent stone cunningly carved into a snarl of serpents with ruby eyes. The staff was topped with a brilliant round-cut diamond larger than he'd ever seen, and the snake's eyes were blood-red rubies. Han had dealt in jewelry from time to time, and he could tell the craftsmanship was exquisite, and the stones were prime quality. But the lure of the piece went beyond the sum of its parts. "What are you going to do with that?" Dancer asked behind him, his voice overgrown with disapproval. Han shrugged, still watching the spinning jewel. "I don't know." Dancer shook his head. "You should pitch it into the ravine. If Bayar took the thing without permission, let him explain what happened to it." Han was unable to fathom pitching it away. It didn't seem like the kind of thing you'd want to leave lying around for somebody, maybe a child from the camps, to find. Han fished a square of leather from his carry-bag and spread it on the ground. Dropping the amulet in the center, he wrapped it carefully and tucked it in his bag, all the time wondering, how had it come to this? How had he and Dancer ended up in a standoff with wizards? What was the connection between them and Dancer? Maybe it was just the latest in a long line of bad luck. Han always seemed to find trouble, no matter how hard he tried to avoid it. Chapter 2. Unintended Consequences. Raisa shifted impatiently in her saddle and peered about, squinting against the sunlight that dappled the trail. "Don't squint, Raisa," her mother snapped automatically. It was one of a collection of phrases that stood in for conversation with the Queen, including "sit up straight" and "where do you think you're going?" along with the all-purpose "Raisa Anna Mariana." So Raisa shaded her eyes instead, searching the surrounding woods. "Let's go," she said. "They were supposed to meet us here a half-hour ago. If they can't be on time, I say we leave them behind. The day is wasting." Lord Gavin Bayard nudged his horse closer and put his hand on Switcher's bridle. "Please, Your Highness, I beg you, give them a few more minutes. Micah will be keenly disappointed if he misses the hunt. He's been looking forward to it all week." The handsome High Wizard smiled at her with the exaggerated charm adults use on children when there are other adults around. "Micah's been looking forward to the hunt," Raisa thought. "Not nearly as much as I have. He's able to come and go as he pleases. He's probably still angry about last night," she thought. "That's why he's making us wait. He's not used to anyone saying no to him." Raisa kneed Switcher, and the mare tossed her head, breaking the wizard's grip. Switcher snorted, shying at a leaf skidding along the ground. She was as eager to be gone as Raisa. "I'm often late," Raisa's younger sister Melanie piped up, urging her pony forward. "Maybe we should try to be patient." Raisa threw her a scathing look, and Melanie bit her lip and looked away. "Micah likely lost track of time," Lord Bayard went on, trying to settle his own horse, a large-boned stallion. The breeze ruffled his mane of silver hair, streaked with wizard red. "You know how boys are." "Perhaps you could give him a pocket watch on his next name day, then," Raisa said acerbically, eliciting the "Raisa Anna Mariana" response from her mother. "I don't care," she thought. It was bad enough she'd been cooped up in Fellsmarch Castle since solstice, closeted with tutors and overburdened with 3 years' worth of catch-up lessons on useless topics. For instance, a lady can converse with anyone of any age or station. At table, a hostess is responsible for assuring that everyone participate in conversation. She should direct the conversation away from politics and other divisive subjects and be prepared with alternative topics should the need arise. If a lady should do this, Raisa wondered, should a man do the same? Is he required to? Both Raisa and her mother had changed during the 3 years she'd been gone to Demon Eye Camp, and now it seemed they were constantly at odds. Her clan-born father, Averill, had been a buffer between them. Now he was always traveling, and Mariana persisted in treating Raisa like a child. These days, Raisa couldn't help hearing the whispers that followed after the Queen. Some said she paid too little attention to finances, policy, and affairs of state. Others said she paid too much attention to the High Wizard and the Council on Grey Lady. Had it always been this way, or was Raisa just noticing it more because she was older? Maybe it was her grandmother Elena's influence. The matriarch of Demon Eye Camp was full of opinions about Vale politics and the growing influence of wizards, and she had never hesitated to express them during Raisa's 3 years with her father's family. After the relative freedom of Demon Eye Camp, Raisa found it a misery to force her feet into the pinchy shoes and elaborate stockings favored at court, and to sweat and itch under the ruffled, girlish dresses her mother chose for her. She was nearly 16, nearly grown, but most days Raisa resembled a tiered wedding cake on 2 legs. Not today. Today she'd pulled on her tunic and leggings and clan-made boots, layering her hip-length riding coat over all. She'd slung her bow over her shoulder and slid a quiver of arrows into the boot attached to her saddle. When she'd led Switcher from the stables, Lord Bayard had run his eyes over her and glanced at the Queen to assess her reaction. Raisa's mother tightened her lips and let go a great sigh, but apparently decided it was too late to force her daughter back inside to change clothes. Melanie, of course, mirrored their mother in her tailored riding jacket and long, divided riding skirt, a froth of petticoats cascading over her boots. Melanie was the image of their mother. She'd inherited Mariana's blonde hair, her creamy, pale complexion, and looked to grow as tall or taller. Raisa favored her father's side, with her dark hair, green eyes, and small frame. So here they were, dressed and eager for the hunt on a fine sunny day, and it was being squandered, waiting for the tardy Micah Bayard and his cousins. Micah was a daring horseman and aggressive, competitive hunter. Though he was just 16, his dark, dangerous good looks had half the girls at court swooning over him. Since her return to Fellsmarch, he'd courted her with a flattering intensity she found hard to resist. The fact that their romance was forbidden made it all the more appealing. Fellsmarch Castle was full of eyes and ears, but they still found places to meet unsupervised. Micah's kisses were intoxicating, and his embraces made her head swim. It was more than that, though. He had a savage, cynical wit that picked apart the society that had birthed the two of them. He made her laugh, and little did these days. Raisa knew that a flirtation with Micah Bayard was risky, but it was a way of rebelling against her mother and the constraints of court life. Rebellion only went so far, though. She wasn't empty-headed Missy Hackham, ready to trade her virtue for a bit of bad poetry and a kiss on the ear. And patience wasn't Micah Bayard's long suit, hence their dispute the previous night. She'd looked forward to hunting with him, but she wasn't willing to wait forever. Time and opportunity were leaking away. The story of her life. Captain Eden Byrne and a triple of soldiers were mounted up and ready too, conversing quietly among themselves. Byrne was the captain of the Queen's Guard, the latest of a long line of Byrnes in that position. He'd insisted on providing escort on the day's hunt, over Lord Bayard's objections. Now Byrne called over to them. "Shall I send one of my men after the boys, Your Majesty?" he asked. "You could all go if it was up to me, Captain Byrne," Lord Bayard drawled. "Queen Mariana and the princesses will be perfectly safe. There's no need for you and your men to drag after us like the overlong tail of a kite. The clans may be savage and unpredictable, but they're unlikely to try anything with me along." He fingered the amulet that hung around his neck, in case Byrne had missed the point. The High Wizard always enunciated his words slowly and distinctly when he spoke to Captain Byrne, as if Byrne were a half-wit. Byrne met the wizard's eyes unapologetically, his wind-burned face impassive. "That may be, but it's not the clans I'm worried about." "Well, obviously." Bayard smiled thinly. "When you and the royal consort have repeatedly delivered young Princess Raisa right into their hands." Distaste flickered over his face. That was another thing that annoyed Raisa. Lord Bayard never used her father's name. He called Averil Lightfoot Demon-Eye the royal consort, as if it were an appointed office that anyone could hold. Many in the Vale aristocracy despised Raisa's father because he was a clan traitor who'd made a marriage many of them wanted for themselves. But, in fact, the Queen of the Fells had not married lightly. Averil had brought with him the support of the clans and counterbalanced the power of the Wizard Council, which, naturally, the High Wizard didn't like. "Lord Bayard," the Queen said sharply, "you know very well that Princess Raisa is fostered with the clans as required by the naming." The naming was the agreement between the clans and the Wizard Council that had ended the breaking, the magical calamity that had nearly destroyed the world.
But surely it is unnecessary for Princess Raisa to spend so much time away from court,
Bayar said, smiling at the Queen.
Poor thing. Think of all the dances and pageants and parties she's missed.
And stitchery and elocution classes, Raisa added to herself. A bloody shame. Byrne studied Raisa as he might a horse he was thinking of buying, then said in his blunt fashion,
"She doesn't look any the worse for wear to me, and she rides like a demon-eye warrior."
That was high praise coming from Byrne. Raisa sat up a little straighter. Queen Mariana put her hand on Byrne's arm.
"Do you really think it's so dangerous, Eden?"
She was always eager to bring any argument to a close as quickly as possible, even if it meant throwing a bandage over a boil. Byrne looked down at the Queen's hand on his arm, then up into her face. His craggy features softened a fraction.
"Your Majesty, I know how much you love the hunt. If it comes to following the herds into the mountains, Lord Bayar will be unable to accompany you. The borderlands are full of refugees. When a man's family is starving, he'll do whatever it takes to get them fed. There's armies of mercenaries traveling through, heading to and from the Ardennes wars. The Queen of the Fells would be a valuable prize."
"Is that all you're worried about, Captain Byrne?" Bayar retorted, eyes narrowed. Byrne didn't blink.
"Is there something else I should be worried about, my lord? Something you'd like to tell me?"
"Perhaps we should go on," Queen Mariana said, decisively snapping her reins. "Micah and the others should have no difficulty catching us up." Lord Bayar nodded stiffly. Micah's going to hear about this, Raisa thought. The High Wizard looked as though he could bite off someone's head and spit out the teeth. She urged Switcher forward, claiming the lead. Byrne maneuvered his great bay horse so that he rode beside her, with the rest following after. Their trail climbed through lush upland meadows sparkling with starflowers and buttercups. Red-winged blackbirds clung impossibly to swaying seed heads left over from the previous year. Raisa drank in the details like a painter deprived of color. Byrne looked about as well, but to a different purpose. He scanned the forest to either side, his back straight, reins held loosely in his hands. His men fanned out around them, riding 3 miles to their 1, scouting the way ahead and monitoring their back trail. "When does Eamon come home?" Raisa asked, trying out her hard-learned conversational skills on the dour captain. Byrne studied her face for a long moment before answering. "We expect him any time, Your Highness. Because of the fighting in Arden, he's had to take the long way around from Odin's Ford." It had been more than 3 years since Raisa had seen Eamon, Byrne's eldest son. After her 3 years at Demon Eye Camp, she'd returned to court at solstice to find that Eamon was gone to Wien House, the military school at Odin's Ford. He meant to follow in his father's footsteps, and soldiers began their training early. She and Eamon had been fast friends since childhood, when despite their difference in station, a lack of other children at court had forced them together. Fellsmarch Castle had been lonely without him, not that she'd had much time to be lonely. When I'm queen, Raisa thought, I'm going to keep my friends close by. It was one more entry on a long list of good intentions. Now Eamon was on his way back to the Fells, traveling the hundreds of miles from Odin's Ford on his own. Raisa envied him. Even among the clans, she always traveled with some kind of guard. What would it be like, choosing her own way, sleeping when and where she liked, each day brilliant with possibility and risk? The hunting party turned west, following a trail that stitched its way along the side of the valley. Though they were hundreds of feet above the Durnwater, the roar of its cascades floated up to them. They passed through a narrow canyon, and it grew noticeably cooler as the stone walls closed in on either side of them. Raisa shivered, feeling a twinge of worry, a vibration in her bones, as if the rich web of life around her had been plucked by unseen fingers. Switcher snorted and tossed her head, nearly ripping the reins from Raisa's hands. The gloom on either side of the trail seemed to coalesce into gray shadows loping alongside her, their bodies compressing and extending. Gray wolves, the symbol of her house. Raisa caught a glimpse of narrow lupine heads and amber eyes, tongues lolling over razor-sharp teeth, and then they disappeared. Wolves were said to appear to the blooded queens at turning points, times of danger and opportunity. They had never appeared to Raisa before, which wasn't surprising, since she was not yet queen. She glanced back at her mother, who was laughing at something Lord Bayard had said. The queen hadn't seemed to notice anything unusual. Had Raisa been riding out from Demon Eye with her clan friends, they'd have taken her premonition as an omen, poking and prodding at it like a snake in the dirt, studying over its possible meaning. Being of the Grey Wolf lineage, Raisa was expected to have the second sight, and this skill was respected. A voice broke into her thoughts. "Are you well, Your Highness?" Startled, Raisa looked up into Byrne's worried eyes, gray as the ocean under a winter sky. He'd come up next to her and taken hold of Switcher's bridle, inclining his head so he could hear her answer. "Well, she stammered, for once at a loss for words. She thought of saying, "I have a peculiar feeling we're in danger, Captain Byrne," or, "By chance, did you see any wolves along the way?" Even if the gruff captain took her seriously, what could he do? "I'm fine, Captain," she said. "It's been a long time since breakfast is all." "Would you like a biscuit?" he asked, digging into his saddlebag. "I've some in my—" "That's all right," she said hastily. "We'll have lunch soon, right?" The canyon opened into a pretty upland meadow. The deer herd had been seen grazing there a week ago, but they were gone now. In this season they were likely heading to higher ground, and with the wizard Lord Bayard along, the hunting group couldn't follow. They were pushing at clan boundaries as it was. They stopped for their midday in the meadow, just outside the mouth of the narrow canyon. The meal was an elaborate affair, laid out on fancy cloths with cheese and cold meats, fruits and bottles of wine and cider. While the rest of them ate, two of Byrne's soldiers scouted ahead, looking for traces of the missing herd. Raisa had little appetite. She sat, arms wrapped around her knees, still unable to shake the feeling of disquiet that pressed down upon her, pinning her to the ground. It was just noon, but the day seemed to darken, and the sunlight and shadow that dappled the ground dissolved away. Gray shapes prowled the gloom, returning each time she blinked them away. She peered up through the leafy canopy overhead. Although the sky to the south was a clear blue, overhead it had gone milky gray, the sun a bright disk swimming in a gathering haze. Raisa sniffed the air. Her nose stung with the scent of burning leaves. "Is something burning?" she asked nobody in particular. She'd spoken so quietly she didn't think anyone had heard, but Byrne rose from his seat at the edge of the woods and walked to the center of the meadow, scanning the slopes on all sides. Frowning, he gazed at the sky for a long moment, then looked over at the horses. They shifted, stamping their feet and straining at their tethers. Raisa felt the growing conviction that something was terribly wrong. The air seemed to catch in her throat, and she coughed. "Load up the horses," Captain Byrne ordered, setting his men to clearing the camp and packing up the picnic things.
"Oh, do let's stay longer, Eden." Queen Mariana raised a glass of wine. "It's so pretty here. It doesn't matter if we don't take a deer." Lord Bayard sprawled next to her. "I can't climb much farther without violating the naming and all that, but you go on, Captain Byrne, and find our princesses a deer. I will stay here and look after the queen." Raisa stared at the scene before her, the blankets spread under the trees, the darkly handsome wizard with his boots crossed at the ankles, bejeweled hand resting on the blanket. Her pretty blonde mother, a confection even in her riding clothes, cheeks flushed like a girl's. It reminded Raisa of a painting in the galleries at home, a frozen moment that left you wondering about what had happened before and would happen after. "I'll stay with you, Mamma," Raisa said, plunking herself down at the edge of the blanket and looking the High Wizard in the eye, knowing instinctively that they were enemies. Wishing her father didn't spend so much time away. Byrne's soldiers had continued to load the increasingly restive horses, though it wasn't easy. Now the tall captain came and stood over them. "Your Grace, I think we'd best go back. There's a fire close by, and it's headed this way." "A fire?" Lord Bayard said. He scooped up a handful of damp leaves, crushed it in his gloved palm, and let the soggy mass drop. "How is that possible?" "I don't know, Lord Bayard," Byrne said doggedly. "It doesn't make sense, but there is one, and it's upslope from us on Hanalia. I've seen them come down on people before they can get out of harm's way." "But that's only in late summer," Queen Mariana said. "Not early spring." "Exactly." Lord Bayard rolled his eyes. "You're an alarmist, Byrne." Queen Mariana touched Bayard's arm, looking anxiously from him to Byrne. "I do smell smoke, Gavin. Perhaps we should listen to the captain." While they talked, a sullen dusk had fallen over the meadow. An odd wind sprang up, blowing upslope, carrying the smoke away from them, like some hidden beast inhaling. Raisa scrambled to her feet and walked out into the clearing, looking back toward Hanalia. As she watched, a dense purplish cloud billowed skyward from the ridge above, underlit by orange and green fire. A whirl of flame rose from the ground, a fire tornado 60 feet tall. She could hear it now, too, the pitch pines snapping in the heat, the throaty roar of the inferno. It was like one of those dreams where you try to scream, and it takes several tries to make a sound. "Captain Byrne?" Her voice seemed small against the howl of the fire. She pointed. "It is a fire. Look!" Just then, a dozen deer exploded from the trees, bounded across the meadow, and raced into the canyon, oblivious to the would-be hunters in their path. Immediately after, Raisa heard the pounding of hooves, and 3 riders burst into the meadow from the direction the deer had come. Their horses were lathered and wild-eyed, the riders only a little less so. "It's coming! Right behind us! A wildfire! Run!" shouted the rider in the lead, and it took Raisa a moment to recognize cool, sardonic Micah Bayard behind that soot-smudged face. It was the missing Micah and his cousins Arcada and Miphis Mander. By now, everyone was up, the picnic forgotten. "Micah?" Lord Bayard blinked at his son. "How did you... What did you..." Raisa had never seen the High Wizard so inarticulate. "We were on our way up to meet you and saw the fire," Micah gasped, his face pale under the dirt, his hair hanging in dank strands. There were deep cuts on his hands and what looked to be a nasty burn on his right arm. We tried to fight it, but..." Byrne led Queen Mariana's horse, Spirit, over to her side. "Your Majesty, quickly now!" Holding firmly to Spirit's bridle with one hand, he scooped the Queen one-armed into the saddle. "Careful," he said. Sit tight. She's spooked.
Raisa squirmed up onto Switcher's back, murmuring reassurances to the mare. Only 100 yards away now, the forest canopy was alight. The fire bore down on them, flames leaping from tree to tree in a mad rush downhill, traveling much faster than seemed possible in this season. The air scorched Raisa's lungs, and she pressed her sleeve over her mouth and nose. Lord Bayard stood frozen a moment, eyes narrowed, looking from Micah to Arcada to Miphis, and up at the onrushing flames. Then he caught his own horse and swung up into the saddle. Angling his horse close to Micah's, he grabbed a fistful of Micah's coat and pulled his son close, speaking to him with their faces inches apart. Micah nodded once, looking terrified. Lord Bayard abruptly released him and wrenched his horse away, digging his heels into the stallion's sides, leaving his son to follow or burn. Raisa stared at them, bewildered. Did the High Wizard expect his son to have put the fire out on his own? Micah was powerful, but he didn't even have an amulet, and he'd not yet been to the academy.
"Your Highness! Hurry!"
Byrne shouted. They all rode hard for the mouth of the canyon. If Raisa had hoped to find shelter in the canyon, she found it a mixed blessing. Embers were no longer falling on their heads, but a blisteringly hot wind roared between the walls, so thick with smoke she couldn't see the horse in front of her. It seemed to muffle sound, though she could hear people coughing and choking ahead of and behind her. The way was so narrow that at least they couldn't get lost, but she worried they'd asphyxiate before they emerged on the other side. Byrne rode up next to her again.
"Dismount and lead your horse, Your Highness," he said. "The air is fresher near the ground. Be sure to keep tight hold of the reins."
He moved down the line, passing the word. Raisa climbed down off Switcher, wound the leather reins around her hand, and stumbled down the rocky stream bed. Byrne was right. The breathing was easier below. The skin on her face felt brittle and hot, like the skin on a roasted chicken. She was tempted to kneel down and bathe her face in the water, but Byrne harried them along relentlessly. The air grew even thicker as they neared the exit from the canyon, and Raisa's eyes stung, her vision blurred by tears. When she blinked the tears away, she was again surrounded by wolves the size of small ponies, their backs at shoulder height on her. They crowded in around her, snapping and growling, their wild scent competing with the stench of smoke, their stiff guard hairs brushing her skin, pressing against her legs as if to force her from the trail.
"Analea, have mercy,"
Raisa whispered. No one else seemed to notice. Was she hallucinating, or could they be real, forced to share the trail by the advance of the flame? Raisa was so focused on the wolf pack that she nearly collided with Micah, who had stopped abruptly in front of her. The wolves faded into smoke. Somewhere ahead, she heard Byrne swearing forcefully. Thrusting her reins into Micah's hand, she fought her way past the others to the front of the line.
"Stay back, Your Highness,"
Byrne said, pushing her behind him. She could see that the trail beyond the exit was awash in flame. The fire had split around the ridge, pouring down the slope on either side of the canyon. They were trapped.
"All right,"
Byrne said, his voice ringing through the canyon.
"I want all of you down in the stream. Lie flat and immerse yourself if you can."
Gavin Bayard forced his way to the front.
"What's going on?" he demanded. "Why have we stopped?"
Byrne stepped aside, allowing Bayard a clear view. The wizard stared out at the inferno for a long moment, then turned and called, "Micah, Arcada, and Miphis, come here." The three boys shuffled forward until they stood before the High Wizard. They were shaking, teeth chattering, and looked scared to death. Bayard yanked off his fine leather gloves and stowed them in his pocket. He drew a heavy silver chain from his pocket, fastened one end around his wrist and the other around Micah's.
"Arcada and Miphis, grip the chain here and here,"
Bayar said, pointing. They each took hold of the chain between Bayar and Micah as if it were a poisonous snake.
"Don't let go or you'll regret it," the wizard said. "But not for long."
He turned to face the fire, seized his amulet with his free hand, and began speaking a charm. As he spoke, the three boys staggered and gasped and cried out as if they'd been struck a heavy blow. The two in the middle kept a desperate hold on the chain, while all three turned paler and paler, as if they were being drained dry. Beads of sweat formed on Lord Bayar's face, then evaporated in the searing heat. The High Wizard's seductive voice wound over and through the roar of the fire, the crackle and hiss of exploding trees, and the boys' labored breathing. Finally, grudgingly, the fire responded. The flames flickered and shriveled and rolled away from the mouth of the canyon like a retreating tide, leaving a desolate, smoking landscape behind. Bayar kept at it, beating back the fire with sorcerous words until the flames were entirely gone, though it still looked as dark as the end of the world. He slid the chain from his wrist and made one final gesture. The skies opened up, and rain came pouring down, hissing as it struck the hot earth. There followed a communal release of held breath and a smattering of awed applause. Like marionettes cut loose by the puppeteer, Micah and his cousins collapsed to the ground and lay still. Raisa knelt next to Micah and rested her palm on his clammy forehead. He opened his eyes and stared up at her as if he didn't recognize her. She looked up at Lord Bayar.
"What's wrong with them? Are they going to be all right?"
Bayar gazed at them with a peculiar, cold expression on his face.
"They'll recover, though I dare say it's a lesson they'll never forget."
Raisa tried to imagine her own father thrusting her into the middle of a spell casting with no preparation or explanation, and couldn't. But then, he wasn't a wizard. Byrne had walked some distance out of the canyon and stood in the rain, kicking at the still smoldering debris.
"Strange," he said. "I've never seen a fire like this before, that burns in the wet." "Lord Bayar," Queen Mariana said, gripping the wizard's hands, "that was truly remarkable. You've saved all our lives. Thank you."
"I'm glad to be of service, Your Majesty," Bayar said, forcing a smile, though he looked as though it might crack his face. Raisa looked over at Byrne. The captain gazed at the Queen and her High Wizard, rubbing his bristled jaw, a puzzled frown on his face. Chapter 3. Ambushed. All the way back to Marisa Pine's camp, Dancer strode along, slender shoulders hunched, his usually sunny face clouded, his body language discouraging conversation. After a couple of tries, Han gave up and was left to wrestle with his questions alone. Han knew nothing of wizardry, beyond his mother's dire warnings. Did it come on in childhood, or not until much later? Did it require amulets like the one that seemed to weigh down his bag? Did wizards need schooling, or did charmcasters have an inborn knowledge of what to do? Most of all, how was it fair that some people had the power to make others do their bidding, to create fires that couldn't be put out, or turn a cat into a hawk, if the stories could be believed, to break the world nearly beyond repair? The clans had magic too, of a different sort. Dancer's mother, Willow, was matriarch of Marisa Pine's camp and a gifted healer. She could take a dry stick and make it bloom. could make anything grow in her hillside fields, could heal by touch and voice. Her remedies were in demand as far away as Arden. The clans were known for their leatherwork, their metalwork, their tradition of creating amulets and other magical objects. Bayard had made much of the fact that Dancer had no named father. How did he know that, and why did he care? The way Hans saw it, Dancer didn't need a father. He was totally embedded in the clan, surrounded by aunts and uncles who doted on him, cousins to hunt with, everyone connected by blood and tradition. Even when Willow was away, there was always a hearth to welcome him, food to share, a bed to sleep in. Compared to Dancer, Han was more the orphan, with only his mother and sister, and a father dead in the Ardennes Wars. They shared a single room over a stable in the rag market neighborhood of Fell's March. The more he thought on it, the more Han felt sorry for himself, magicless and fatherless, without prospects. Mam had told him often enough he'd never amount to anything. They were about a half-mile from camp when Han realized they were being followed. It wasn't any one thing that caused him to think so. When he turned to inspect some winter-burned seed pods at the side of the trail, he heard footfalls behind him that stopped abruptly. A squirrel continued to scold from a pine tree long after they'd passed. Once, he swung around and thought he saw a flash of movement. Fear shivered over him. The wizards must have doubled back after them. He'd heard how they could make themselves invisible, or turn into birds and strike from out of the air. Ducking his head just in case, he looked over at Dancer, who seemed absorbed in his own gloomy thoughts. Han knew better than to allow an enemy to choose the time and place of an attack. Just as he and Dancer rounded a curve of the hill, he gripped Dancer's arm, pulling him off the trail behind the massive trunk of an oak tree. Dancer jerked his arm free. "What are you—" "Shh!" Han hissed, putting his finger to his lips and gesturing for Dancer to stay put. Han loped back the way they came, making a big circle so as to come in behind any pursuers. Yes! He glimpsed a slight figure clothed in forest colors, gliding from shadow into sunlight up ahead. He put on speed, lengthening his stride, thankful that the wet ground absorbed the sound of his footsteps. He was almost there when his quarry must have heard him coming and cut sharply to the right. Not wanting to allow the charm-caster time to conjure a jinx, Han launched himself, crashing into the intruder and hanging on as they rolled down a small slope and splashed into Old Woman Creek. "Ow!" Han banged his elbow against a small boulder in the creek bed and lost his hold on the charm-caster, who twisted and wriggled and seemed incredibly slippery and soft in unexpected places. Han's head went under, and he sucked in a lungful of water. Coughing, half-panicked, he pushed himself to his feet, slinging his wet hair out of his eyes, worried he'd be jinxed before he could act. Behind him, someone was laughing, gasping with merriment, scarcely able to speak. "Hans alone! It's still too cold for swimming." Han swung around. Dancer's cousin, Digging Bird, sat in the shallows, her mop of dark curls plastered around her face, her wet linen blouse clinging to her upper body so the light fabric was rendered nearly transparent. She grinned at him shamelessly, her eyes traveling up his body in turn. He resisted the temptation to duck back under the freezing water. His face burned, and he knew it must be flaming red. It took him a minute to get his voice going. "Bird?" he whispered, mortified, knowing he would never hear the end of this. "Maybe we should change your name to Hunt's Bird," she teased. No," he stammered, raising his hands as if to ward off a curse. "Jumps in the creek? Red in the face?" she persisted. That was all he needed.
Clan names constantly changed to fit until you were grown and thought to be stable. You might be Cries in the Night as a baby, Squirrel as a child, and Throws Stones as an adult. It was always confusing to Flatlanders.
No,
Han pleaded.
please, Bird. I'll call you whatever I want,
Digging Bird said, standing and wading to the shore.
Hunt's Bird, she decided. It can be our secret name.
Han stood there helplessly, waist-deep in the water, thinking she was the one who needed a new name. He and Bird and Dancer had been friends since he could remember. Every summer since he was small, Mam had sent him up from the city to live at Marisa Pines. They'd camped together, hunted together, and fought endless battles against imaginary enemies throughout the Spirit Mountains. They'd studied under the ancient bowmaster at Hunter's Camp, chafing at the requirement that they build a bow before shooting it. He'd been with Bird when she took her first deer, then burned with envy until he got his. When he did, she'd taught him how to slow smoke the meat so it would last through the winter. They were 12 at the time. They played hare and wolf for days on end. One of them, the hare, would set out through the woods, doing his or her best to throw the other two off, by walking over solid rock, or wading miles in a stream bed, or detouring through one of the high country camps. If one wolf found the hare, then they'd walk together until the third player found them. Bird was great to travel with. She found the best campsites, sheltered from the weather and defensible. She could build a fire in the middle of a rainstorm and find game at any altitude. Many nights they'd shared a blanket for warmth. The three of them had tasted hard cider for the first time at the Falling Leaves market, and he'd washed the sick from Bird's face when she drank too much. But these days he always felt awkward around Bird, and she was the one who had changed. Now, when he walked into Marisa Pine's camp, she was likely to be sitting with a group of other girls her age. They would watch him with bold eyes and then put their heads together and whisper. If he tried to approach her, the other girls would giggle and nudge each other. He'd once owned the streets of Rag Market, and people made sure to get out of his way. He'd had his share of girlies, too. A street lord could have his pick. But for some reason, Bird always put him off balance. Maybe it was because she was so damnably good at everything. When they were younger, wrestling in the creek would have been prelude to nothing. Now every word between them crackled with meaning, and every action had unintended consequences.
Bird, Hunt's alone. What happened? Did you fall in the creek?
Dancer had appeared at the top of the slope. Bird squeezed water out of her leggings.
Hunt's alone threw me in,
she said to her cousin, a little smugly.
I thought you were someone else,
Han muttered. Bird swung around to confront him, her face darkening.
Who?
She demanded.
Who did you think I was?
Han shrugged and waded to shore. That was another thing. Where once they'd finished each other's sentences and all but communed mind to mind, now Bird had become unpredictable, given to bizarre fits of temper.
Who?
She repeated, hard on his heels, intent on prying it out of him.
You thought I was some other girl?
Not a girl. Han yanked off his boots and dumped the water out of them. At least some of the mud had washed off. We ran into some charm-casters in Burnt Tree Meadow. They spooked the deer, and we got into an argument. When I heard you following us, I thought you were one of them. She blinked at him.
Charm-casters?
She said.
What would charm-casters be doing up here? And how do I look like one, anyway?
Well, you don't, Han said. My mistake. He looked up, and their eyes met, and he swallowed hard. Bird's cheeks colored a deep rose, and she turned to Dancer. "What words did you have to say to a jinx-flinger, cousin?" she asked.
"None," Dancer said, shooting a warning look at Han. "We would have each taken a deer if not for them," Han felt compelled to say, then was immediately sorry when Bird looked at him and raised her eyebrows. Bird always said that a deer in the smokehouse was worth a whole herd in the woods.
"So what happened?" Bird asked, leaning forward. "Was something burning? I smelled smoke."
Han and Dancer looked at each other, each waiting for the other to speak. "They set fire to Hanalia," Han said finally. "The Charmcasters."
"So you confronted them?" Bird said, leaning forward, looking from one to the other. "And then what?"
"Nothing happened. They left," Dancer said.
"Fine," Bird said, angry again. "Don't tell me anything. I don't care anyway. But you'd better tell Willow about it at least. They shouldn't be in the spirits at all, let alone setting fires."
Han shivered. The sun had gone, and he was covered in goose flesh. In past days, he'd have stripped off and laid his wet clothes out to dry. He glanced over at Bird. Not anymore. "Let's go on to Marisa Pines," Dancer said, as if he could read Han's mind. "They'll have a fire going." The sky had clouded over, and a chill wind funneled between the peaks, but the brisk 6-mile walk kept Han's blood moving. Bird's lips were blue, and Han thought of putting an arm around her to warm her, but it would have been awkward on the narrow, rocky trail. Plus, she might only snap at him again. The dogs greeted them when they were still a half-mile from Marisa Pines. It was a motley pack, rugged, long-haired sheepdogs, wolf mixes, and spotted flatland hounds bought at market. Next came the children, from solemn, round-faced toddlers to long-legged 10-year-olds, alerted by the dogs. Most had straight, dark hair, brown eyes, and coppery skin, though some had blue or green eyes, like Dancer, or curly hair, like Bird. There had been considerable mixing of Vale folk and clan over the years, and Vale folk with the blue-eyed, fair-haired wizard invaders from the Northern Isles. But almost no direct mixing of wizard and clan. Wizards hadn't been allowed in the Spirit Mountains for 1,000 years. Questions flew from all directions in a mixture of common and clan. "Where have you been? How did you get all wet? How long are you staying? Hunt's alone. Will you sleep in our lodge tonight?" Even though Han came often to Marisa Pines, girls a year or two younger than him still dared each other to run up and touch his pale hair, so different from their own. Bird did her best to shoo them off. One especially aggressive girl yanked out a strand of his hair, and Han stomped after her, scowling, pretending to chase her. That sent her and her friends scurrying into the woods, their laughter sieving through the trees like sunlight.
"What's in the bag? Do you have any sweets?"
A tiny girl with a long braid made a grab for his backpack. "No sweets today," Han growled. "And keep off. I've got a bag full of blisterweed." Excruciatingly conscious of the amulet in his bag, Han protected it under the curve of his arm. It was as if he had a large, poisonous snake in there, or a goblet too fragile to touch. By the time they came within sight of the camp, they had a large following. Marisa Pines Camp stood sentinel at the pass that led through the southern spirits to the flatlands beyond. It was large as clan camps went, perhaps 100 lodges of varying sizes, built far enough apart so they could be added onto as families grew. The camp was centered by the Common Lodge, a large building used for markets, ceremonies, and the feasts for which the clans were famous. Close by the Common Lodge stood the Matriarch Lodge. Dancer and Bird lived there with Dancer's mother, Willow, matriarch of Marisa Pines, and a fluid mix of friends, blood relations, and children fostered from other camps. Marisa Pines prospered as a center for commerce, given its strategic location. Handwork from camps throughout the spirits flowed into the camp, where brokers shopped its famous markets and funneled clan-made goods to Arden to the south, to Tamron Court, and to Fellsmarch down in the Vale. Relations between the clans and the Queen might be strained these days, but that didn't staunch the thirst of Flatlanders for upland goods. Silver and gold work, leather, precious stones set into jewelry and decorative pieces, hand-woven yard goods, stitchery, art, and magical objects. Clan goods never wore out, they brought luck to the owner, and it was said that clan charms would win over the most resistant of sweethearts. The Marisa Pines clan was known for remedies, dyes, healing, and hand-woven fabrics. The Demon Eye were famous for magical amulets and their warriors. The Hunter clan produced smoked meats, furs and skins, and non-magical weapons. Other camps specialized in non-magical jewelry, paintings, and other decorative arts. Too bad it wasn't market day, Han thought. On a market day, they'd have got no attention at all, which would have been fine with Han, who was growing tired of explaining his sodden clothes. It was a relief to duck through the doorway of the Matriarch Lodge and escape the relentlessly rattling tongues. A fire blazed in the center of the lodge, hot and smokeless. The interior was fragrant with winterberry, pine, and cinnamon, and the scent of stew wafted in from the adjacent cooking lodge. Han's mouth watered. Willow's house always smelled good enough to eat. The Matriarch Lodge could have been a small market all on its own. Great bundles of herbs hung from the ceiling, and casks and baskets and pots lined the walls. On one side were paints and dyes and earthenware jars of beads and feathers. On the other were the medicinals, salves and tonics and pungent potions of all kinds, many rendered from the plants Han gathered. Hides stretched over frames, some with designs painstakingly drawn on them. 3 girls about Han's age huddled around one of them, their sleek heads nearly touching, brushing paint onto the leather. Hangings divided the room into several chambers. From behind one curtain, Han could hear the murmur of voices. Patients and their families often stayed over so the matriarch could tend them without leaving the lodge. Willow sat at the loom in the corner. The overhead beater thudded as she smacked it against the fell of the rug she was weaving. The warp stretched wide and winter-dark, since weavers worked a season ahead. Willow's rugs were sturdy and beautiful, and people said they kept enemies from crossing your threshold. Still shivering, Bird disappeared into one of the adjacent chambers to change into dry clothes. Willow laid down her shuttle, rose from the bench, and came toward them, skirts sliding over the rugs. Somehow, Han's resentment and frustration faded, and it was a better day. Everyone agreed that the Marisa Pines matriarch was beautiful, though her beauty went deeper than appearance. Some mentioned the movement of her hands when she spoke, like small birds. Others praised her voice, which they compared to the Dern water, singing on its way to the sea. Her dark hair fell, beaded and braided, nearly to her waist. When she danced, it was said the animals crept out of the forest to watch. She was a crooner who could speak, mind, to animals. Her touch healed the sick, soothed the grieving, cheered the discouraged, and made cowards brave. When pressed, Han had trouble even describing what she looked like. He guessed she was in a category all her own, like a woodland nymph. She was whatever you needed her to be to find the best in yourself. He couldn't help comparing her to Mam, who always seemed to see the worst in him. "Welcome, Hansalone," she said. "Will you share our fire?" The ritual greeting to the guest. Then her gaze fastened more closely on Han, and she raised an eyebrow. What happened to you? Did you fall into the Dern water? Han shook his head. Old Woman Creek. Willow looked him up and down, frowning. You've been in the mud pots as well, if I'm not mistaken. Well, right. Han looked down at his feet, embarrassed that he'd been so careless with Willow's beautiful boots. He can have my Flatlander breeches, Dancer offered. He studied Han's long legs. They'll show some ankle, I guess. Like most clan, Dancer owned the minimum 1 or 2 pair of leggings and 1 pair of breeches to wear into town. He'd be happy to give up the breeches. Dancer wore the uncomfortable Flatlander garb under protest anyway. I think I have something that will work. Willow crossed to the assembly of baskets, bins, and trunks that lined the wall. She knelt next to one of the bins and dug through clothing. Near the bottom, she found what she was looking for and pulled free a pair of worn breeches in a heavy cotton canvas. She held them up and looked from Han to the trousers and back again. These will fit, she proclaimed, and handed them to him, along with a faded linen shirt that had been laundered into softness. Give me the boots, she commanded, extending her hand, and for a moment Han was afraid she intended to take them back for good. She must have seen the panic in his face, because she added, Don't worry, I'll just see what I can do to clean them up. Han tugged off his muddy boots and handed them over, then ducked into the sleeping chamber to change clothes. He stripped off the wet leggings and shirt and pulled on the dry breeches, wishing he could wash the mud off his skin. As if his unspoken wishes caught the ear of the Maker, Bird pushed the hangings aside and entered with a basin of steaming water and a rag. Hey, he said, glad he'd got his trousers on. You could knock. Which was stupid, really, because there wasn't any door. She'd changed out of her wet trail garb into skirts and an embroidered shirt, and her wet hair was drying into its usual intriguing tangle. Han still had his shirt off, and she kept staring at his chest and shoulders as if she found them fascinating. Han looked down to see if he'd got mud smeared under his shirt as well, but he was clean there at least. Bird plopped down on the sleeping bench next to him, setting the basin on the floor between them. Here, she said, handing him a chunk of fragrant upland soap and the rag. Rolling his breeches above his knees, Han soaped the rag and washed the mud from his bare feet and lower legs, rinsing in the basin. Then he began scrubbing his arms and hands. The silver cuffs around his wrists kept turning when he tried to wipe them clean. Let me. Bird picked up a boar bristle brush, gripped the cuff on his left wrist, and took the brush to it. She leaned in close, getting that familiar frown on her face that said she was concentrating. She'd used some kind of scent. She smelled like fresh air and vanilla and flowers. You should take these off if you're going to get into the mud, she grumbled. That's helpful, he said, rolling his eyes. You try to get them off. He tugged at one of them to demonstrate. It was a solid 3-inch wide band of silver, and too small to slide over his hand. He'd had them on ever since he could remember. You know they've got magic in them, otherwise you'd have outgrown them by now. Bird used her fingernail to dig out some dried mud. Your mother bought them from a peddler? He nodded. It must have been during some prosperous time in the past when there was money to spend on silver bracelets for a baby, when they weren't living hand-to-mouth, as Mam always said. She's got to remember something, Bird persisted. She never seemed to know when to leave off. Maybe you could find the peddler who sold them to her. Han shrugged. They'd had this conversation before, which he mostly got through by shrugging. Bird didn't know Mam. His mother never came to the camps in the mountains, never shared songs and stories around a fire. Mam didn't like to talk about the past, and Han had long ago learned not to ask too many questions, lest she slam her switch down on his fingers or send him to bed without supper. The clans, They were all about stories. They told stories about things that had happened 1,000 years ago. Han never tired of listening to them over and over. Hearing a familiar clan story was like sliding into your own bed on a cold night with a full belly and knowing you'd wake up safe in the same place. Bird released his one hand and picked up the other. Her fingers were warm and soapy and slippery.
"These symbols must mean something,"
she said, tapping the cuff with her forefinger.
"Maybe if you knew how to use them, you could, I don't know, shoot flames from the palms of your hands."
Han was thinking he was just as likely to shoot flames from his rear end.
"They look clan-made to me, but Willow doesn't know what the symbols mean," Han said. "And if she doesn't know, nobody does."
Bird finally dropped the subject. She rinsed off his hands and wrists and used the hem of her skirt to dry them. Pulling a small jar from her pocket, she uncorked it and smeared something onto the silver with her fingers. He tried to pull away, but she had a tight grip on his wrist.
"What's that?"
he asked suspiciously.
"Polish,"
she said, rubbing the silver with a dry rag until it shone. She rubbed polish onto the other cuff. Han submitted, though he didn't really want to call attention to them these days.
"Are you coming to my renaming feast?"
Bird asked abruptly, her eyes still focused on her work. He was surprised by the question.
"Well, I'd planned to, if I'm asked."
It had never occurred to him that he wouldn't be. Bird's family was prominent among the clans since she was niece to the Marisa Pines matriarch. Bird's coming of age would be celebrated with a huge party, and Han had been looking forward to it. She nodded once, briskly.
"Good.
It's still a month away, right?" For Han, a month was an eternity. Anything could happen in a month. He never planned more than a day or two ahead. She nodded again.
"For my 16th name day."
Finally letting go of his hands, Bird dropped her own into her lap. She extended her bare toes out from under her skirts, studying them. She wore a silver ring on her right small toe.
"Have you decided on your vocation?"
Han asked. Among the clans, boys and girls to the age of 16 were expected to train in all skills, from hunting and tracking and herding and use of weapons, to weaving and metalworking and healing and singing. At 16, they were reborn into their vocations and began apprenticeships. Everyone was required to have a trade, though clan notions of a trade were more flexible than in the city. For instance, storytelling was a trade. When Han realized Bird hadn't answered, he repeated, "Have you decided on a trade?" Bird looked up at him.
"I'm going to be a warrior,"
she said, giving him a steely eye as if daring him to object.
"A warrior?"
He blinked at her, then blurted,
"What does Willow say?"
"She doesn't know," Bird said, digging her toes into the rug.
"Don't tell her."
Willow might be disappointed, Han thought. Having no daughter of her own, she probably hoped Bird would follow her as matriarch and healer, even though Bird wasn't exactly the nurturing type.
"How many warriors does Marisa Pines need?"
he asked.
"I want to go to Demon Eye,"
Bird said, hunching her shoulders.
"Really?"
Bird was aiming high. The Demon Eye warriors were legendary fighters and hunters. It was said they could survive in the woods for weeks on wind and rain and sunlight. That one Demon Eye warrior was a match for 100 soldiers. Personally, Han thought they were an arrogant lot who kept to themselves and never cracked a smile and tried to make you think they were privy to secrets that you would never know.
"Who are you supposed to fight?" Han asked. "I mean, it's been years since we've had a war in the uplands."
Bird looked annoyed at his lack of enthusiasm.
"They're spilling enough blood down south," she said. "Refugees have been flooding into the mountains. There's always a chance the fighting will spread up here."
She sounded almost like she hoped it would. In the chaos following the breaking, Arden, Tamron, and Bruin Swallow had broken away from the fells. Now the flatlands to the south were embroiled in an incessant civil war. Han's father had signed on as a mercenary soldier, gone south, and died there, but there had been peace in the north for a millennium.
"Willow's worried,"
Bird went on when Han didn't respond.
"Some wizards are saying that they let go of power too easily, that it's time to return to having wizard kings. They think wizard kings could help protect us against armies from the south."
She shook her head, looking disgusted.
"People have such short memories."
"It's been 1,000 years," Han pointed out, and received a scowl in return.
"Anyway, Queen Mariana wouldn't let that happen," he added. "Nor would the High Wizard." "Some people say she's not a strong queen," Bird said. "Not like the queens in the past. Some say the wizards are gaining too much power."
Han wondered who some people were who had all these opinions.
"Anyway, aren't you afraid of getting killed? Being a warrior, I mean." He couldn't help thinking of his father, how different his life would be if he were still alive. Bird snorted in disgust. "Don't tell me there's not going to be any war and then warn me I might get killed."
The thing was, Han knew Bird would make a great warrior. Though she hadn't Han's muscle, she was better with a bow than he was, better at woodcraft, better at tracking. She could look over a broken landscape and know where the deer lay hidden. She was better at anticipating the moves of a possible enemy. She'd outfoxed him all his life. And there was nothing she liked better than stalking things. He looked up to find her watching him, as if eager for a response.
"You'll make a great warrior, Digging Bird," he told her, grinning. "It's perfect. Good choice."
He took her hand and squeezed it. She beamed at him, blinking back tears, and he was amazed that his approval meant so much to her. He was even more amazed when she leaned over and kissed him on the mouth. She stood, picked up the basin, and ducked out between the hides.
"Bird!"
he called after her, thinking that if she was in a kissing mood, he was happy to oblige. But by the time he got the word out, she was gone. When Han returned to the common room, Bird was gone, and Willow and Dancer were sitting knee to knee on the floor, talking. If they weren't arguing, they were close to it. Han faded back into the doorway, embarrassed, not wanting to interrupt. But he could hear everything they said.
"Did you expect me to just stand by while they burned up the mountain?"
Dancer was saying, his voice trembling with anger.
"I'm not a coward."
Han was shocked. No one ever spoke that way to Willow.
"I expect you to remember that you are only 16 years old,"
Willow replied calmly. "I expect you to use common sense. There was no point in confronting them. What did it accomplish? Did your bravery put the fire out?" Dancer said nothing, only looked furious. She reached out and stroked his cheek. "Let it go, Dancer, as I have," she said softly. "This isn't like you. A grudge against wizards will only get you into trouble."
"They weren't much older than me and Han," Dancer countered stubbornly. "Haven't you said that wizards have to be 16 to go to Odin's Ford? And didn't you say they aren't allowed to use magic until they get some training?"
"What wizards are allowed to do and what they actually do are two different things," Willow said. She stood and moved to the loom, fussing with the warp. "Who were they? Do you know?"
"The one was called Micah," Dancer said.
"Micah Bayar." Willow was looking away from Dancer and toward Han, so he saw the blood drain from her face when Dancer said the name.
"Are you sure?"
she asked, without turning around.
"Well, pretty sure."
Dancer sounded confused, as if he'd caught something in her voice.
"Why?"
"He's in Airy House. That's a powerful wizard family," Willow said, "and not one to cross. Did they ask your name?" Dancer lifted his chin. I told them my name. I said I was fire dancer of Marisa Pine's camp. He hesitated, but he seemed to know me as Hayden. Willow closed her eyes and shook her head slightly. Her next words surprised Han. "What about Hunt's alone?" she asked. "Did he speak? Do they know his name?" Dancer cocked his head, thinking. "I don't think so," he said. "I don't remember him introducing himself." He laughed bitterly. "They probably won't remember anything but his arrow, aimed at their black wizard hearts." Willow swung around, facing Dancer, so Han could no longer see her face. "He turned a bow on them?" she said, her voice cracking on the word bow. Dancer shrugged. "The one called Micah, he had an amulet. He was jinxing me. Hunt's alone made him stop." Han held his breath, waiting for Dancer to tell Willow that Han had taken the amulet, but he didn't. Willow sighed, looking troubled. "I'll speak to the Queen. This has to stop. She needs to enforce the naming and keep wizards out of the mountains. If she doesn't, the Demon Eye warriors will." This was astonishing, Willow talking about what the Queen needed to do. She made it sound as if speaking to the Queen was an everyday thing. She was the matriarch, but still. Han tried to imagine what it would be like, meeting the Queen. "Your Exalted Majesty, I'm Han Plantslinger, Mud Digger, former Street Lord of the Raggers." Willow and Dancer had moved on to another topic. Willow leaned forward, putting her hand over Dancer's. "How are you feeling?" Dancer pulled his hand free and canted his body away. "I'm well," he said stiffly. She eyed him for a long moment. "Have you been taking the flying rowan?" she persisted. "I have more if you—" "I've been taking it," Dancer interrupted. "I have plenty." "Is it working?" she asked, reaching for him again. As a healer, she used touch for diagnosis and for healing itself. Dancer stood, evading her hand. "I'm well," he repeated, with flat finality. "I'm going to go find Hunt's alone." He turned toward the doorway where Han was lurking. "Tell him to eat with us," Willow called after Dancer. Han was forced to beat a hasty retreat, ducking back into the sleeping chamber, so that was all he heard. But for the rest of that day, all through the evening meal, and sitting by the fire afterward, the conversation weighed on his mind. He studied Dancer on the sly. Could he be sick? Han hadn't noticed anything before, and he noticed nothing now, save that Dancer seemed less animated, more somber than usual. But that could be left over from the afternoon's confrontation and the argument with his mother. Han knew rowan, also called mountain ash. He gathered the wood and the berries, both of which were used in clan remedies. The wood was said to be good for making amulets and talismans to ward away evil. Flying rowan was especially valuable at clan markets. It grew high in the trees, and Han had learned better than to try to pass off regular rowan as the treetop kind, to the clan anyway. Willow had asked, "Is it working?" Had someone hexed Dancer? Were he and Willow worried that someone would? Was that why Dancer had a grudge against wizards? Han wanted to ask, but then they would know he'd been eavesdropping, so he kept his questions to himself. Chapter 4. A Dance of Suitors. It was late afternoon when Raisa finally climbed the curving marble staircase to the Queen's tower. She ached all over. She was filthy and stank of smoke. Melanie was already in her bath. Raisa could hear her singing and splashing as she passed by her sister's chamber at the top of the stairs. Melanie was always so damnably cheerful. Raisa had moved into new quarters since returning from Demon Eye Camp. Larger, more elaborate, befitting a princess heir who was almost 16 and so of marriageable age. Originally, she'd been assigned a suite of rooms close to the Queen's quarters, shrouded in velvet and damask, and furnished with a massive canopied cherry bedstead and wardrobe. It felt crowded even when Raisa was all by herself. Raisa had begged her mother to reopen an apartment at the far end of the hall that had lain barricaded and unused through living memory. There were many closed-off apartments in Fellsmarch Castle, since the court was smaller than it had been, but not many in such a prime location, with easy access to the Queen. Some long-time servants said the apartment had been abandoned because its walls of windows made it cold in the winter and hot in the summer. Others said it was cursed, that it was from this very room 1,000 years ago that the Demon King had stolen Hannaleah away. The incident that led to the breaking. In this version, Hannaleah herself had ordered the apartment sealed, vowing never to set foot in it again. Legend had it that the ghost of Hannaleah sometimes appeared at the window on stormy nights, hands extended, her loose hair snaking about her head, calling for Alger Waterlow. This was just silly, Raisa thought. Who would wait at a window for a demon, let alone call his name? When Raisa's mother finally gave in, and the carpenters broke down the barricades, they found a suite of rooms frozen in time, as if the previous occupant had meant to return. The furniture was huddled under drop cloths to protect it from the brilliant sunlight that streamed through dusty windows. When the drapes were removed, the fabrics gleamed, surprisingly vibrant after 1,000 years. The last occupant's possessions lay as she'd left them. A doll, dressed in an old-fashioned gown, gazed out from a shelf in the corner. She had a porcelain head with vacant blue eyes and long flaxen curls. Combs and brushes cluttered the dressing table, their bristles frayed by mice, and crystal perfume bottles stood arrayed on a silvered mirror, their contents evaporated long ago. Gowns from a lost age hung in the wardrobe, made for a tall, willowy girl with a very narrow waist. Some of the fabrics crumbled under Raisa's eager fingers. Carved wolves graced the stone facing of the hearth. Bookshelves lined the public rooms. More books lay piled on the stand next to the bed. The ones in the bedroom were mostly romances, stories of knights and warriors and queens, written in a veil speech with archaic phrasing. In the public rooms were shelved biographies and treatises on politics, including A History of the High Country Clan and a first edition of Aedra Anadoria's Rule and Rulers in the Modern Age. Raisa herself was just then plodding through it under the strict eye of the masters. Hannaleah or not, the suite had been occupied by a young girl, probably a princess. Perhaps she'd died, Raisa thought, and her parents had kept her room preserved as a shrine. That idea gave her delicious shivers. Since the apartment was in one of the turrets, it was smaller than the rooms originally assigned to Raisa, but it felt spacious, since she had a view of the town and the mountains on 3 sides. She'd dragged the bed into the space between the windows, and when it snowed, she felt like the fairy princess in the snow globe her father had brought her from Tamron years ago. On clear nights, she pressed her face against the glass, pretending she was soaring in a winged ship among the stars. Best of all, she'd discovered a sliding panel in one of the closets, which revealed a secret passageway. It snaked within the walls for what seemed like miles. The passageway led to a stairway, and the stairway led to the solarium on the roof, a glassed garden that was Raisa's favorite place in all of Fellsmarch Castle, even though it had fallen into disrepair. When Raisa pushed open the door to her rooms, she found her nurse, Margaret Gray, waiting for her. Margaret was a formidable woman, tall and broad, with a lap that could accommodate several small children. Margaret wasn't really her nurse anymore, of course, but she still wielded an unwritten authority that came from changing royal diapers and scrubbing royal ears and even swatting royal behinds. Raisa's bath was already steaming on its little burner, and fresh underdrawers were laid out on her bed.
"Your Highness,"
Margaret said, looking aghast.
"You are a terrifying sight, to be sure. The Princess Melanie said you were worse off than she was, and I didn't believe it. I do owe that young lady an apology."
Right, Raisa thought. If there ever comes a day that I can't get into more mischief than Melanie, I'll cut my own throat. Raisa's gaze fell on the silver tray just inside her door, on which Margaret left messages and mail and calling cards. Suitors had begun buzzing around like flies on a carcass as Raisa approached her 16th name day. On any given day, there'd be 5 or 6 elaborate gifts of jewelry or flowers, mirrors and vanity sets, vases and works of art, plus a dozen engraved invitations and letters on embossed stationery, mostly proclamations of undying love and devotion, and proposals that ranged from bland to indecent. Some of the gifts were too elaborate to accept. A pirate prince from across the Indio had sent a cunning model of the ship he proposed to build for her so she could sail away with him. The Queen's secretary had answered on Raisa's behalf, politely declining. Raisa kept the ship model, though. She liked to sail it on the pond in the garden. Truth be told, Raisa had no intention of marrying anyone anytime soon. Her mother was young. She would rule for many years yet, so there was no need to rush into the confinement of marriage. If Raisa had her way, her wedding would be the culmination of an entire decade of wooing. Which made her think of Micah. He would be at dinner. Her heart accelerated. Centered on the wooing tray was a rather plain envelope. "Who's this from?" she asked, picking it up. Margaret shrugged. "I don't know, Your Highness. It was outside your door when I came back from the midday. Now sit so I can get you out of those boots." She said "those boots" in a decidedly disapproving way. Raisa sat down in the chair by the door, still studying the envelope while Margaret tugged at her boots. They left smears of mud and ash on the nurse's pristine white apron. Raisa's name was written on the front of the note in a neat, upright hand, naggingly familiar. She tore it open and unfolded the page inside. "Raisa, I'm home. Come find me if you get this before dinner. I'll be in the usual place. Eamon."
"Eamon's home!"
Raisa cried, surging to her feet, one boot off and one on. She gripped Margaret's elbows and danced her around the room, ignoring her outraged protests. She felt rather like a tugboat towing one of the big ships in Chalk Cliffs Harbor.
"In the name of the sainted Hannaleah, stop, Your Highness," Margaret said, struggling for dignity.
Wrenching her arms free, she began pulling off Raisa's jacket.
"No,"
Raisa said, twisting away.
"Hang on, Margaret. I need to go find Eamon. I need to find out what he—"
Margaret planted herself in front of the door.
"You need to get into that bath and scrub off. If he sees you in this state, you'll scare him half to death." "Margaret," Raisa protested, "come on. It's just Eamon. He doesn't care about—" "Eamon's kept this long. He'll keep a little while longer. You're expected at dinner in 2 hours, and you smell like you just came out of the smoker." Still grumbling, Raisa allowed herself to be stripped of the rest of her clothing and climbed into her bath. She had to admit, it felt wonderful. The hot water stung her many cuts and scrapes, but soothed and relaxed her aching muscles. Margaret dangled Raisa's charred shirt and leggings out at arm's length, wrinkling her nose. "These are going straight to Rag Market," she declared. "Please, Margaret," Raisa protested, horrified. "You can't throw them away. They're the only comfortable clothes I own."
Scowling, Margaret pitched them in the laundry basket. It took all of the 2 hours for Margaret to make Raisa what she called presentable. Margaret produced a new dress that she'd made over from one of Mariana's old ones. It was a pleasant surprise, less fussy than the dresses Mariana chose for Raisa, a simple fall of emerald silk that draped her body, cut low enough at the neck to be a bit daring. Margaret coaxed Raisa's still damp hair into a coil and pinned it up on her head, then set her gold circlet on top. To finish, her nurse added Raisa's briar rose necklace, a gift from her father, Averil Lightfoot. Briar Rose was her clan name. He called her Briar Rose, he said, because of her beauty, and her many thorns. When Raisa finally entered the dining room, it was already crowded. A string quartet tuned up in one corner, servers with trays circulated through the room, and the usual court grazers swarmed about a side table laden with cheeses, fruits, and wine. She quickly scanned the room for Eamon, though she didn't really expect to see him there. Unlikely that he'd be invited to mingle with the aristocracy. Across the room, Raisa saw her grandmother, Elena Demon Eye, matriarch of Demon Eye Camp. She stood with a small group of other clan, wearing the flowing, elaborately embroidered robes they reserved for special occasions. She went in and took her grandmother's hands, bowing her head over them in clan fashion. "Good day, Sinestra Demon Eye," she said in clan. "Best to speak in lowland language here, granddaughter," Elena replied, "lest the Flatlanders think we're passing secrets." "Have you heard anything of my father?" Raisa persisted, still in clan. Annoying Flatlanders was one of her few sources of entertainment these days. "He'll be home soon," Elena said, "for your name day feast, if not before." Her father had gone south on yet another trading expedition, crossing Arden to Wiehenhaven and beyond. Risky in wartime, but in wartime trade goods brought high prices. "I worry about him," Raisa said. "They say the fighting is fierce in the south." Elena squeezed her hand. "Your father was a warrior before he was a trader," she said. "He knows how to take care of himself." "Take me back with you to Demon Eye," Raisa wanted to say. "I'm already tired of being here, displayed like a jewel in an ill-fitting setting." But she only thanked her grandmother and turned away. A dozen youngling courtiers had claimed space by the fireplace. Since Raisa's return, more and more of the nobility were sending their offspring to court, putting them under the nose of the princess heir, hoping to make, if not a marriage, connections that would benefit the family in the future. Big-boned, gregarious Will Mathis overflowed a chair by the hearth. The 18-year-old wizard heir to Fortress Rock, an estate along the Firehall River toward Chalk Cliffs, he was easygoing, unambitious, and a bit lazy, and so more charming than most of his kind. He preferred to spend his time hunting, dicing, playing at cards, and chatting up girls, avoiding the realm of politics. Next to Will was Adam Griffin, who had parked his wheeled chair next to the fireplace. Adam was also heir to a powerful wizard house, but an accident in childhood had left his legs shriveled. He got about by using a wheeled chair or a pair of arm canes. Raisa didn't know Adam very well. He'd been away at school at Odin's Ford for 3 years. Even when he was home, he seemed to prefer the company of books. His acid tongue drove off those who might otherwise pity him. His parents must have dragged him back to court for the season. Raisa's cousins, John and Melissa Hackham, were there, and Raisa's sister, Melanie, whose royal status gave her standing with the older crowd. The handsome, blonde, vacant Clemath brothers, Kip and Keith, were stuffing down cheese, laughing loudly at nothing in particular. Their parents probably had hopes that one of the two would catch Raisa's eye. They'd been courting her with a clumsy enthusiasm, like a pair of sloppy-tongued golden retrievers.
"Could I bring you a glass of wine, Your Highness?"
Keith asked.
"I'll bring you one, too,"
Kip added, glaring at his brother. They bounded off. As if she would marry anyone named Kip. Micah leaned against the fireplace, flanked by his twin sister, Fiona, and surrounded by his usual coterie of admiring girls. Melissa and Melanie hung on his every word. Raisa had to admit he'd cleaned up well. He wore a black silk coat and gray trousers that set off his falcon stoles. His hands were bandaged, and he still looked rather pale against his mane of blue-black hair. As Raisa watched, he set an empty wine glass on a table and grabbed a full one from a passing server. Fiona leaned in and murmured something to him. Whatever it was, he didn't like it. He shook his head, scowling, and turned slightly away from her. Both wizards, Fiona and Micah, were like negative images of each other, each striking. They were the same height and shared the same lean bone structure, angular facial features, and acerbic wit. Fiona's hair was stark white, down to her eyelashes and eyebrows. Even her eyes were a pale blue, like shadow on snow. Fiona and Micah quarreled constantly, but cross one, and you'd have both to contend with.
"Weren't you frightened when you saw the fire?"
Missy asked Micah, her blue eyes wide and horrified.
"I know I would have turned tail and run right back down the mountain."
Raisa struggled to keep from making a face or mimicking Missy's vapid demeanor. A lady keeps critical thoughts to herself.
"I was frightened," Melanie put in, blushing, "but Micah came riding right into our midst and told us the fire was coming, that we should make a run for it. He was already burned from trying to put the fire out, but he wasn't scared at all."
Micah seemed uncharacteristically reluctant to talk about his exploits.
"Well, good it came out all right in the end. Would anyone else like more wine?"
"Didn't Melanie say you came late to the hunt?" Missy said, putting her shoulders back to better display her oversized bosom.
"How did you get between the Queen and the fire?"
Good question, Raisa thought, amazed that Missy had come up with it. Keeping next to the wall, she sidled closer. Micah seemed to think it was a good question, too. He took a long swallow of wine, thinking about it.
"Well, we saw the fire from below, so we took a shortcut, hoping to catch them, and—"
Micah looked up and saw Raisa, taking full advantage of the distraction.
"Here is Princess Raisa now,"
he said, sweeping down into an elegant bow. Raisa extended her hand. Micah grasped it and raised it to his lips, then lifted his head and gazed into her eyes, sending a whisper of power through his fingers. She flinched and withdrew her hand. Young wizards sometimes leaked magic, but he smiled in a way that said he was showing off. Raisa stepped on his foot and smiled at him in a way that said that wasn't an accident either. Fiona glared at Raisa, somehow making herself even taller while delivering a chilly curtsy.
"Well, all right,"
Raisa thought, feeling guilty.
"Perhaps your brother's had a little too much wine. To be fair, he did save my life. He deserves to celebrate, and he's probably in some degree of pain."
"Micah is being too modest," Raisa said, in a kind of backhanded apology.
"The fire came on us like a downhill stampede. We were trapped in a narrow canyon with flames on all sides, and I thought for certain we would all burn to death. If not for Micah and his father and the Mander brothers, we would have. They put the fire out completely. It was amazing. They saved our lives."
"Oh, Micah!" Missy exclaimed. She reached for his hands, recoiled at the sight of the bandages, then wound her arms around his neck and gazed up into his eyes.
"You are a hero."
Micah looked flustered enough to be charming and untangled himself as soon as he could, shooting glances at Raisa. "Don't worry," she thought. "I'm not jealous, only annoyed with Missy." "How do you suppose the fire started?" Missy asked, flicking her elaborate curls back into place. "It's been raining for weeks." "Father thinks the clans might have had something to do with it," Micah said. "They're always keen on keeping people out of the mountains." "Wizards," Raisa said. "They're keen on keeping wizards out of the spirits, but the clans would never set fire to Hanalea." Micah inclined his head. "I stand corrected, Your Highness," he said. "You are familiar with their ways, and I am not." He forced a smile. "It's a mystery, then." "Well, I don't trust them," Missy declared, glancing about to locate the Demon Eye delegation before she continued. "They slip around like thieves, and they're always muttering to each other in that foreign language, so you never know what they're saying. And everybody knows they steal babies and replace them with demons." "Don't repeat nonsense, Melissa," Raisa snapped. "Children are fostered with the clans for their own good, to teach them the old ways. Besides, the clans were here first. If there's a foreign language spoken in the Fells, it's Vale speech." "Of course, Your Highness," Missy said hastily. "I meant no offense, but Vale speech is a more civilized tongue. We use it at court," she added, as if that settled that. The quartet had completed its warm-up, and now the first strains of real music floated over them. "Would you care to dance, Your Highness?" Micah asked abruptly. Beyond him, the Clemaths were practically slapping their foreheads that they hadn't thought of it first. Will quickly offered his arm to Fiona. "Lady Bayard, it would be my honor." Missy scowled, having been overlooked. She glanced around for other prospects. Adam Griffin smiled crookedly. "Would you care to dance, Lady Hackham?" he said, making as if to swing his canes into position. "Well, perhaps I'll go and fetch some punch," Missy said, fleeing in the direction of the punch bowl. Too bad Missy's disability is between her ears, Raisa thought. She wanted to say something to Adam, but knew he'd come back with a cutting response. Micah offered his arm, leading her to the small dance floor. She put one hand at his waist and cradled the bandaged hand carefully with the other. They circled the floor, floating on the music. Raised at court, Micah was an excellent dancer, despite his several glasses of wine and stomped-on foot. But then, he did everything relentlessly well. "How are your hands?" Raisa asked. "Do they hurt very much?" "They're all right." He seemed tense and unusually inarticulate. "What happened this morning?" Raisa persisted. "Why were you so late?" "Rada came up lame. We had to pull a shoe, and it took longer than expected." "You must keep a dozen horses at court. You couldn't ride another?" "Rada's my best hunter. Besides, like I said, it took longer than expected," he said. "Your father was really hard on you today," Raisa said. Micah grimaced. "My father is hard on me every day." And then, in the manner of someone who's intentionally changing the subject, he said, "That's a new dress, isn't it?" When she nodded, he added, "I like it. It's different from your other dresses." Raisa glanced down at herself. Part of Micah's appeal was that he missed nothing. "Because it's not all layered with ruffles?" Micah pretended to think for a moment. "Perhaps that's it. Plus the color sets off your eyes. Tonight they're like pools in a forest glade, reflecting the leafy canopy overhead." "Black sets off your eyes, Bayard," Raisa said sweetly. "They glitter like dying stars cast from the heavens, or twin coals from the bowels of the earth." Micah stared at her a moment, then threw back his head and laughed. "You are impossible to flatter, Your Highness," he said. "I am helpless here." "Just leave off. I was raised at court too, you know." She rested her head on his chest, feeling the heat of him through the wool, hearing the thud of his heart. They circled silently for a moment. "So you'll be going to Odin's Ford in the fall?" Micah nodded, his smile fading. "I wish I could go now. They ought to send wizards at 13 like soldier pledges." Micah would be attending Mistwork House, the school for wizards at Odin's Ford. There were a half-dozen academies there, clustered on the banks of the Tamron River, on the border between Tamron and Arden. There should be a school for queens in training, Raisa thought, where she could learn something more useful than table manners and pretty speech. "The clans believe it's dangerous to put magic into the hands of young wizards," Raisa said. Micah grimaced. "The clans should learn to relax a little. I know your father is clan, but I don't understand why they insist that everything remain the same. It's like we're all frozen in time, paying for an ancient crime that nobody else remembers." Raisa tilted her head. "You know why. The clans healed the breaking. The rules of the naming are intended to prevent it from ever happening again." She paused, then couldn't resist adding, "Didn't you learn that in school?" Micah dismissed school with a wave of his hand. "There's too much to learn in a lifetime, which is why they should give us our amulets at birth so we can begin our training as soon as possible." "They'll never do that because of the Demon King." The song came to an end, and they drifted to a stop on the dance floor. Gripping her elbows, Micah looked down into her face. "What about the Demon King?" he said. "Well, they say the Demon King was something of a prodigy," she said. "He took up wizardry and dark magic at a very young age. It destroyed his mind." That's what the clans say." It was the argument they'd had 100 times, packaged in different ways. "They tell those stories because it's the truth, Micah. Aldra Waterlow was a madman. Anyone who could do what he did—" Micah shook his head, a slight movement, his eyes fixed on hers. "What if it's made up?" "Made up?" Now Raisa's voice rose, and she had to make a conscious effort to lower it. "Don't tell me you've joined the revisionists." "Think what this story gets the clans, Raisa," Micah said, his voice low and urgent. "Wizards carrying around all this guilt, afraid to assert their inborn gifts. The clans controlling the objects that allow them to use their magical powers. The royal family forced to dance to whatever tune they play." "Of course the clans control amulets and talismans," Raisa said. "They're the ones who make them. It's the division of power between green magic and high magic that has kept us safe all these years." Micah lowered his voice further. "Please, Raisa, just listen a minute. Who knows if the breaking ever actually happened, or if wizards were the cause?" She glowered at him, and Micah rolled his eyes. "Never mind. Come on." Taking her elbow, he drew her into a windowed alcove overlooking the illuminated city. Cradling her face in his bandaged hands, Micah kissed her, first lightly, and then with more intensity. Like usual, Micah was changing topics to something they could agree on. Most of their arguments ended this way. Raisa's pulse accelerated, and her breath came quicker. It would be so easy to fall under his spell, and yet she wasn't quite finished with the conversation. Raisa gently pulled away from him, turned and stared out over the city. It sparkled below, perfect from a distance. "Did you hear this theory about the breaking from your father? Is that what the High Wizard thinks?" "My father has nothing to do with this," Micah said. "I have ideas of my own, you know. He rested his hands on her shoulders, and power sizzled through his fingers. "Raisa, I wish we could—" He was interrupted by a rising clamor in the dining room. The band shifted smoothly into The Way of the Queens. Raisa and Micah stepped to the doorway of the alcove in time to see Queen Mariana sweep the length of the room on Gavin Bayar's arm, dancers parting before them, sinking into curtsies and bows. Behind them came the Queen's Guard, resplendent in their grey wolf livery and led by Eden Byrne. Raisa scowled at the sight of her mother processing arm in arm with the handsome master of the Wizard Council. She looked over and saw Elena Demoni watching, face stony with disapproval, and sighed. Lord Bayar might be a hero, but still. Tongues wagged well enough at court without encouragement. The Queen turned in a swirl of skirts and faced the room. She was dressed in champagne-colored silk that added highlights to her blonde curls. Topazes glittered in her hair and on her neck, and honey-colored diamonds adorned her slender hands. She wore a lightweight diadem set with more topazes, pearls, and diamonds. Queen Mariana smiled out at the assembly. "In a moment we'll go into dinner, but first we shall recognize the heroes in the hall tonight. This day, by their valor, they saved the lineage of Felsian queens." She extended her hand without looking, and someone placed a goblet into it. "Would Micah Bayar, Gavin Bayar, Miphismanda, and Arcadamanda come forward?" Gavin Bayar turned gracefully and knelt in front of the Queen. Micah hesitated a moment, hidden in the alcove, looking to either side as if he wished he could escape. Then he sighed and left Raisa to join his father. Arcada and Miphis came and knelt as well. Servers circulated through the crowd, distributing glasses to those who were without. Raisa accepted one and stood waiting. "Today these wizards saved me, the Princess Air, and the Princess Melanie from a disastrous wildfire through the use of extraordinary and accomplished magic. I therefore toast the unique and historic bond between the line of Felsian queens and high wizardry that has long protected and sustained our realm in this time of war." The Queen raised her glass, as did everyone else in the hall, and drank. "Mention Captain Byrne," Raisa mouthed to her mother, but Mariana did not. "I would also like to welcome back to court a young man who has been like a son to us. After 3 years away, he has returned for the summer and will serve us on temporary assignment to the Queen's Guard." Queen Mariana smiled at the assembled soldiers, singling out one in particular. "Eamon Byrne, come forward." Raisa stared, amazed, as one of the tall soldiers stepped forward and knelt before the Queen. Eden Byrne drew his sword and passed it to Mariana. "Do you, Eamon Byrne, swear to protect and defend the Queen, Princess Air, and all of Hanalea's descendants from our enemies, even to the loss of your life?" "My blood is yours, Your Majesty," this strange, tall Eamon said in an unfamiliar, deep voice. "It would be my honor to spill it in defense of the royal line." The Queen tapped Eamon on each broad shoulder with the flat of the blade. "Rise, Corporal Byrne, and join your captain." The new corporal rose, bowed again, and backed away from the Queen until he stood side by side with his father, who didn't loose a smile. Raisa stood transfixed, her hand at her throat. Eamon's gray eyes were the same as she remembered, as was the straight black hair that flopped over his forehead. Much of the rest of him had been remade. "Now," the Queen said, "let's in to dinner." Raisa had no chance to speak to Eamon during dinner. She was seated at the head of the table, between Micah and his father. Arcada and Miphis sat in positions of honor on either side of the Queen, with Melanie on the far side, Fiona next to her. Also within speaking distance were the Demon Eyes, and Harriman Vega, a wizard and court physician. As captain of the Queen's Guard, Eden Byrne had a place near the foot of the table, but the guard itself was stationed at the far end of the room, near the entrance to the ballroom. Raisa's eyes kept straying to Eamon. His face was thinner, the bone structure more prominent, any trace of baby fat worn away by his time at Odin's Ford. He had his father's intensity, packaged in a rangier body, but he'd added a new layer of muscle in his chest and arms. Now and again she saw flashes of the boy she remembered. He stood, a bit self-consciously, back straight, one hand on the hilt of his sword. Once she caught him staring at her, but he looked away quickly when their eyes met, spots of color showing on his cheeks. She felt flustered, disconcerted, almost angry. How could Eamon have turned into this other person while he was away? If they did meet, what could she possibly say to him? "Sweet Lisa's teeth, you're tall?" "Your Highness." The words were spoken rather loudly, almost in her ear, and Raisa jumped and turned toward Micah Bayar. "You've scarcely touched your food, and I feel like I'm talking to myself," he said as dessert was set before them. There was an edge to his voice that said he was irritated. "I'm sorry," Raisa said. "I'm afraid I'm a little distracted. It's been a long day, and I'm tired." She poked at her pastry, wishing she were young again and could be dismissed from the table early. "It's no wonder you're weary, Your Highness, after the scare this morning," Lord Bayar said, smiling. "Perhaps a walk in the garden after dinner would restore you. Micah would be happy to accompany you."
"Oh," Raisa said. "Well, that's very kind of you to think of me, Lord Bayar, but I really—" Micah leaned in closer, speaking into Raisa's ear so only she could hear. "Some of us are meeting later in the card room in the East Wing," he murmured. "Should be entertaining. Please come." His hot hand closed over hers, pressing it to the table. A promise. "What?" Raisa said distractedly. Micah's breath hissed through his teeth. "You keep staring at the door. Are you that eager to leave, or is it someone in particular you're looking at?" Now Raisa was irritated. "I'll thank you to mind your own business, Sul Bayar. I'll look wherever I like." "Of course." Micah released her hand and jammed his fork into his dessert. "It's rude, is all I'm saying." "Micah!" Lord Bayar glared at his son. "Apologize to the Princess Heir." "Sorry," Micah said, staring straight ahead, a muscle in his jaw working. "Please forgive me, Your Highness." Raisa felt hemmed in by wizards, oppressed by the tension between Micah and his father. It was quite wearing. When dinner ended, the band reassembled. There would be dancing into the small hours, relentless drinking and flirting, underscored by a series of lame entertainments. In the card room awaited the dance of the would-be suitors. It was time to escape. She pressed the back of her hand against her forehead. "I'm off to bed," she said. "I've a nasty headache." She pushed back her chair. When Micah and Lord Bayar made as if to rise, she said, "Please, sit. I'd like to slip out quietly." "Are you sure you're all right?" Micah asked, glancing at his father, then back at Raisa. "Why don't I escort you back to your rooms?" As if she needed help to find her way, but they'd often used that excuse to find time alone. She stood. "No, you're the guests of honor. Her Majesty will be disappointed if you leave. Thank you again for everything." Queen Mariana was looking at her, one eyebrow raised in inquiry. Raisa shrugged and again touched her forehead, the universal sign for headache. The Queen nodded, blew her a kiss, and turned back to Miphis, who still looked thrilled and amazed to be sitting next to the Queen. Raisa walked the length of the dining room to the door. Hesitating, she looked back and saw the demon eyes watching, a faint smile on Elena's face. As she passed between Eamon and his fellow soldier, she didn't look to the left or right, but muttered, "The usual place, soon as you're able." Chapter 5. Old Stories. Han put off leaving Marisa Pines as long as possible. It was late morning the next day when he said his goodbyes and descended Hanalea, following the Durnwater toward the Vale. He'd sold or traded everything but the worthless snagwort, which would have to wait for the Flatlander market. Coins jingled in his purse, and his bag bulged with trade goods, fabric and leather work he could sell at a profit, pouches of clan remedies, plus enough smoked venison to make a meal, and the amulet, hidden at the bottom. He still mourned the deer he might have taken, but all in all, he'd done well for this early in the season. He hoped Mam would agree. On the way down the mountain, he stopped off at several solitary cabins to see if there was mail to go or goods to be carried down to market, or orders for supplies that he would carry up the next time. Many of the cabin dwellers were clan, who preferred life away from the bustle of the camps. There were also former Flatlanders who liked solitude, or had reason to avoid the notice of the Queen's heavy-handed guard. Han earned a little money by carrying news and mail up and down the mountains and acting as agent for those Highlanders who didn't care to visit the Vale. Lucius Frowsley was one of those. His cabin stood where Old Woman Creek poured into the Durnwater. He'd lived on the mountain so long he looked like a piece broken off of it, with his craggy face and the clothes that draped his skinny body like juniper on a hillside. His eyes were opaque and cloudy as a winter sky. He'd been blinded as a young man. Despite his blindness, the old man owned the most productive still in the Spirit Mountains. Though Lucius could navigate the trails and ledges of the high country like a goat, he never went to Fellsmarch if he had a choice. So Han carried orders and containers and money up from the Vale and product down. The containers were full when he carried them downhill, and light and empty when he carried them up. The best part, Lucius had books. Not as many as in the temple library, but more books than any one man had a right to. He kept them locked in a trunk to protect them from the weather. What a blind man needed with a library, Han couldn't say, but the old man encouraged him to take full advantage, and he did. Some days he staggered down the mountain with half his weight in books. That was another mystery. Han should have read them all twice over by now, but Lucius always seemed to have new ones. Lucius was cranky and profane, and maybe siphoned off a little too much of his own product, but he was fair to Han, and told the truth, and always paid on time, which was rare. No one dared steal from Cuff's Alister, street lord of Ragmarket, but since he'd left the life, Han had been cheated more times than he cared to remember. Lucius was also a non-judgmental source of information. He knew everything, and, unlike Mam, he'd answer any question without a lecture. The hillside cabin was empty, as was the distillery shack behind, but Han knew where to look. He found Lucius fishing in Old Woman Creek, which he did daily 3 seasons of the year. It was an excuse to sit and doze on the creek bank and sip from the bottle he always kept at hand. His dog, a rough-coated shepherd named Dog, sprawled by his feet. As Han walked up the creek bed toward him, Lucius dropped his fishing pole and jerked around as if startled. The old man raised his hands as if for protection, his face pale and frightened, his blighted eyes wide under his wiry brows. "Who's there?" he demanded, sleeves flapping around skinny arms. Like usual, he was dressed in mismatched clan cast-offs and Ragmarket finds. Being blind, he wasn't fussy about color. "Hey, Lucius," Han called. "It's just me, Han." Dog raised his head and woofed approvingly, then rested his head on his paws, twitching his ears to drive off flies. Lucius's hands came down, though he still looked wary. "Boy,"
he said. Lucius always called him boy.
You oughtn't to sneak up on folks that way.
Han rolled his eyes. He'd come along the water, same as always. Everybody was acting strange today. Han squatted next to Lucius, touching his shoulder so he'd know where he was, and the old man started violently. "Catching anything?" Han asked, beginning to feel aggravated. Lucius squinted his rheumy blue eyes like it was a hard question, then reached down and hauled a clan-woven fish basket out of the creek.
"Catched all of 4 so far."
"Those fish for sale?" Han asked. "I can get you a good price at the market." Lucius considered this a moment.
"Nope. Going to eat these fish myself."
Han settled back against a tree and extended his long legs in their flatland breeches. "Need anything to go with?" he asked, patting his backpack. "I have dried peppers and tamarind spice." Lucius snorted.
"Fish will do me fine, boy."
"Anything for Fell's March?" Han asked. Lucius nodded.
"It's set aside in the dog run."
Their business concluded, Han stared out at the rocks, pricking the surface of the creek. Lucius still seemed jittery and unsettled. He kept tilting his head this way and that, as if to pick up a scent or a faint sound on the breeze.
"You got your cuffs on, boy?"
he asked abruptly. "What do you think?" Han muttered, like he could get them off. Lucius seized Han's arm and dragged back his sleeve, fingering the silver band as if to read the runes by touch. The old man grunted and released Han's arm, still muttering to himself. "What's with you?" Han demanded, yanking at his sleeves.
"I smell hex magic,"
Lucius said, in typically incomprehensible Frowsley fashion. Han thought of the amulet in his carry-bag, but decided there was no way Lucius could know it was in there. "What do you know about magic?"
"A little."
Lucius rubbed his nose with his forefinger.
"Not enough and too much."
Han tried again. "What do you know about wizards, then?" Lucius sat motionless for a long moment.
"Why do you ask?"
Han stared at him. Most adults answered questions with questions, but not Lucius. When Han didn't answer immediately, the old man clamped his hand down on Han's shoulder.
"Why do you ask?"
Lucius repeated fiercely.
"Ow! Hey, take it easy,"
Han said, and Lucius let go. "Dancer and I had a run-in with some wizards up on Hanalia," Han said, rubbing his shoulder. He told Lucius what had happened.
"They are, you say?"
Lucius scowled and found his fishing pole again.
"Thea's bloody bones."
Lucius had been born on the mountain known as Thea, spiritual home of that legendary Queen of the Fells, so he favored Thea when it came to swearing, even though most swore by Hanalia. Han asked him about it once, and Lucius told him that Hanalia was too powerful a word to be flinging around. "Do you know him?" Han asked. Lucius nodded.
"Know of him? His father more so. Gavin Bayar. He's the High Wizard, you know. Heart as cold as the Dern water. Ambitious, too. You don't want to get in his way."
Micah Bayar had mentioned his father's high office, like blue bloods always did. "What else could he want?" Han asked, "besides being High Wizard?"
"Well,"
Lucius lifted the tip of his pole, trying the line.
"Fellow like Bayar, he's never satisfied. I'm guessing he wants to be High Wizard without all the tethers and restrictions put in place by the naming. Some say he wants the Queen as well."
Han was confused. "He wants the Queen? She already has a consort, doesn't she? Somebody from Demon Eye?" Lucius wheezed with laughter.
"For a street rat, you got no idea what's going on, do you?"
He shook his gray head in amazement.
"You got to keep your ear to the ground and your nose in the wind if you want to survive in these times."
Han couldn't picture how that physical feat could be accomplished. He could never figure out how Lucius knew everything that was going on when he stayed up on the mountain all the time. It was a mystery. Lucius's laughter finally wore out, and he wiped tears from his eyes. Avril Demon Eye is Queen Mariana's consort, but he's a traitor, and traitors travel a lot. Spends too much time away for his own good, if you ask me, but nobody does. Han struggled to control his impatience. All this talk of politics was boring, and had nothing to do with him. About wizards, he prodded Lucius. How do they get magic? It's in their blood, Lucius said, stroking Dog's head. It's like they get the raw talent, but they ain't really powerful until they study up and learn to store and control it with an amulet. In fact, they're dangersome until then, like a colt that ain't well broke and don't know its own strength. Han thought of Micah Bayar, face black with anger, gripping his fancy jinx piece and muttering charms. Why? Do they have to say spells or something to make it work? That's part of the learning up, Lucius said, nodding. That Bayar, he's from Airy House. Maybe the most powerful wizard family there is since the fall of the Waterlows. Who are the Waterlows? Han asked. I never heard of them. Never mind. That house died out years ago. Lucius yanked up the tip of his fishing pole, felt his way down the line to the lure, then shook his head. Guess they've stopped biting, he said. Maybe it's time to pack it in. Lucius, Han persisted. He knew from experience that things people didn't want to tell you were likely to be the most interesting. Who were the Waterlows? Why did they fall? Boy, you can pester a body near to death. Lucius grabbed up his bottle and took a swig, then wiped his mouth with a grimy sleeve. It all happened 1,000 years ago, and it don't matter anymore, he said. When Han said nothing, Lucius snorted. You know, most boys your age ain't interested in digging up old bones and old stories. Han still said nothing. Lucius released a gusty sigh and nodded, as if coming to a decision. So, 1,000 years ago, there was this powerful wizard house, named Waterlow House. Signia was a raven, and Wizard Crest was a twined serpent. Han blinked at him, then dug in his bag, unearthing the parcel containing the serpent amulet he'd taken from the jinx-flinger on Hanalea. He weighed it in his hand, recalling what Bayar had said. If you even touch it, you'll be incinerated. Lucius turned his sightless eyes on Han. What you got there, boy? He demanded, extending his hand as if he could feel the heat of it too. Give it over. Han hesitated. I don't know if I... Give it here, boy! The old man's voice rang out, startlingly loud and compelling. It was like Lucius had been possessed by some other irresistible being. Han pressed the leather bundle into Lucius's hand. Be careful, Lucius. It might... Lucius ripped open the leather wrapping and pulled free the jinx piece. Han leaned away, tensing against any possible explosion. None came. Lucius ran his weather-beaten hands over the amulet, and his lined face went slack with shock. Where did you get this? He whispered. Bayar had it. Han hesitated, unsure how much to share. He tried to use it to jinx Dancer. I took it from him. I don't think he was supposed to have it. Lucius laughed, a harsh barking sound. Sweet Zaya's kiss! I would guess not! Why? What is it? Lucius kept stroking the carving with his thick fingers, as if he couldn't believe what his senses were telling him. It's from the Waterlows, all right. Their treasury of magical artifacts was legendary, an armory more like. No one ever knew what happened to it after the breaking. The purple vein over his right eye pulsed dangerously. "I'll wager that snake Micah had no idea what he had." He nodded once. "And now you have it." Lucius extended the amulet toward Han. When Han hesitated, Lucius said impatiently, "Take it, boy. It won't bite." Han took it warily, weighing it in his palm. It felt pleasantly heavy and warm, vibrating with a power Han could feel in his breastbone and in the cuffs at his wrists. Warring emotions tracked across the old man's face, finally fading to an expression of alarm. Once again he gripped Han's arm, his long nails biting into Han's flesh. "Does Bayar know who you are, boy? Does he know you have this?" Han shrugged uneasily. "I didn't tell him my name, if that's what you mean." When Lucius didn't look reassured, he added, "Look, I'll give it back if it's that important, all right?" Lucius let go of his arm and drummed his fingers on his thighs, furiously thinking. "No," he said finally. "Don't give it back. It's too late for that. Keep it hid. Keep it safe. Better Airy House don't have it." He chuckled bitterly. "Stay out of their way, the Bayars." Han had never seen a Bayar before now, and doubted he would again, unless Micah returned to Hanalea. Hopefully he wouldn't. "Fine," he said, rewrapping the necklace and stowing it back in his bag. What good was asking questions if you didn't understand a word of the answers? "You were saying about the Waterlows." "If you want to hear a story, don't interrupt." Lucius rubbed his bristled jaw and returned to his story voice. "The wizards came from the Northern Isles. They landed on the east coast and conquered the rest of the 7 realms with their high magic. Clan magic couldn't hold against it. It's green magic, subtle stuff, not good in a fight. Strongest magic there is, but made for healing, not destroying. Clan has it because they in harmony with nature. The matriarchs and the amulet makers, they've learned how to draw on it. These wizards chose to live in the Vale. They married themselves to the blooded queens and reigned as kings, but they wasn't bound to the queens the way they are today. The succession still came through the true female line. The trouble started during the reign of Hanalea, the most beautiful woman who ever lived." Han nodded. Lucius had finally strayed onto familiar ground. "Hanalea was hand-fasted to a wizard named of Kinley Bayar, of Airy House, which was powerful then as now. Bayar was set to be king, but there was this young wizard, name of Alger, heir to Waterloo House. He fell hard for Hanalea. That wasn't unusual. Only problem was, Alger was terrible powerful and used to getting what he wanted. He saw no reason why he shouldn't have Hanalea all to himself. The council said no, and Airy House especially said no, but Hanalea, she had a mind of her own. She disliked Bayar, who was an old man to her, cold and heartless as any snake, and she fancied young Alger, who was as handsome as she was beautiful. She run off with him, and they holed up in the spirits with his allies, an army of wizards from Waterloo House, and some of his friends, the best and brightest wizards of a generation. Alger proclaimed himself king and married Hanalea. The council couldn't put up with that, so the other wizard houses marched on Waterloo and laid siege to their hold. Anyone could see it was a lost cause, but not this boy. He was a long-time student of dark magic, and he thought he could conjure a spell that would end the siege and scare the council off. Hanalea tried to talk him out of it. She wanted to give herself up to Airy House, but he was headstrong and wouldn't listen. Lucius smiled sadly. Boy was a fool for love. Too much power and too little knowledge. They was together only 3 months. Han shifted impatiently. Stories about Hannah and her many suitors were like lengths of old cloth, so worn down by the telling you couldn't tell one from another, or even see the individual threads anymore. Lucius stared into space, his milky blue eyes like painted-over windows that hid what lay within. Han was good at reading people. He had to be, but he could never read Lucius. "So, what happened?" Han asked dutifully. Lucius flinched, as if he'd forgotten Han was there. "They killed him, of course. After, they took him to Airy House and tortured him for days and forced that young girl to listen to his screams. But it was too late. The damage was done." Han blinked, caught by surprise. "What damage? What are you talking about?" Lucius raised bushy eyebrows. "The break-in, of course. You've heard of that?" he asked sarcastically. "I've heard of the breaking," Han said irritably. "What's that got to—" His voice trailed off, and he stared at Lucius, wondering if the old man had sipped a little too much product. "Hold on. You're talking about the Demon King?" He whispered the last two words, which people tended to do, and resisted the urge to make a sign against evil. "His name was Alger," Lucius said softly, his whole body slumping into a puddle of wrinkled skin and drab cloth. The sun went behind a cloud, and it was suddenly cold on the creek bank. Han shivered and drew his jacket closer around him. Lucius's unfortunate Alger Waterlow was the Demon King? Not possible. The Demon King was the monster in every scary story, the devil you wouldn't name for fear of calling him to you, the one that waited in the dark down a crooked street for bad children to come his way. "That's not true," Han burst out, fueled by righteous indignation and a lifetime of stories. "The Demon King stole Hannah away on her wedding night. He chained her in his dungeon when she refused him. He tortured her with dark sorcery, trying to win her heart. When she resisted, he broke the world." "He was a boy," Lucius muttered, fumbling for his flask. "They were in love." "He was a monster," Han countered, shying a rock into the creek. "She destroyed him." He'd seen the frieze in the temple at Fellsmarch. It was called The Triumph of Hannah and consisted of a series of scenes. Hannah in chains, defying the Demon King. Hannah, beautiful and terrible, holding the world together with green magic as the Demon King tried to shatter it. Hannah standing over the Demon King's lifeless body, a sword in her hand. If it's carved in stone, it has to be true, Han thought. "They killed him," Lucius said, "and that released a destructive power like the world has never known, before or since." He sighed, shaking his head, as if it hadn't been the Demon King's fault at all. "Afterward, the wizards meant to marry Hannah off to Kinley Bayar." The old man sat up straighter, his eyes oddly clear and focused. His usually quavery voice rang out like a temple orator's, and his Highland accent fell away. "But they had their hands full. The world was breaking, crumbling into chaos. Earthquakes shook their castles down. Flames erupted from the ground. The oceans boiled away, and forests turned to ash. Night fell and stayed for months, lit only by the fires that burned day and night. The air was too thick to breathe. Nothing they conjured would stop it. Finally, they had to turn to the clans for help." Disappointment flamed within Han. How had they strayed so far afield from his original question about wizardry? He'd asked a serious question and been repaid with this dreamer's tale. He'd wasted half the morning on the creek bank, the unwilling victim of an old man's fantasies. Now Ma'am would skin him alive for being so late.
Thanks for the story and all, Han said, but I've got to go.
He scrambled to his feet and slid his backpack over one shoulder.
I'll pick up the bottles at the dog run.
Sit, boy, Lucius commanded.
You got this story started. Now you got to hear me out.
Fuming, Han settled back on the creek bank. He'd never signed on for a monologue. When Lucius was satisfied he'd held his audience, he continued. The clans recognized the lineage of queens, so Hanalea acted as a go-between. Think of what that must have been like, negotiating with the clans on behalf of your sweetheart's murderers. Lucius smiled sadly, but Hanalea had grown up. She was strong and smart as well as beautiful. She reclaimed the power of the Grey Wolf line. What grew out of those talks was the naming. Lucius ticked off the tenets of the naming on his gnarled fingers. In exchange for healing the world, the clans put wizards on a short leash. High magic and wizards were forbidden in the spirits. They're confined to the Vale and the Flatlands. The clan speakers have temples in Fellsmarch, and the queen's got to go to temple once a week to learn the true faith. The Wizard Council chooses the most powerful wizard in the Fells as High Wizard and head of the council, but he's magically bound to the land and the queen, and ruled by her. The queens are fostered in the camps as children. Lucius smiled faintly. And wizards ain't allowed to marry our queens anymore, because that gives them too much power. Hanalea agreed to that? Han said. Guess they put the queen on a short leash too, he thought. Lucius nodded, as if he'd read Han's mind. The Queen of the Fells is both the most powerful and the least free person in the entire queendom. She is a slave to duty once she comes of age. But she's the queen, Han said. Can't she do whatever she wants? Hanalea had learned the price of following her heart, Lucius said. He paused, his face settling into sorrowful folds. So she bent her knee for the greater good and married somebody she didn't love. Han frowned. The stories always ended with the destruction of the Demon King and the triumph of Hanalea. So, who did she marry then? Bayar was a wizard, so... Lucius shook his head. Poor Kinley Bayar met with an accident soon after the breaking. She married somebody else. After the rich details of the story so far, he seemed rather sketchy on that point. Han stood again, then hesitated, shifting from one foot to the other, compelled to say something. You know, Lucius, I'm practically grown. I'm too old for fairy stories. For a long moment, the old man didn't respond. Don't ask for the truth, boy, unless you're ready to hear it, Lucius said, staring sightlessly out at Old Woman Creek. Just remember what I said. Keep the amulet hid, and stay out of the way of the Bayars. They got too much power as it is. If they find out you have it, they'll kill you for it. Chapter 6. Fellsmarch. The city of Fellsmarch nestled at the edge of the Vale, a fertile valley where the Dern water shouldered its way between the rocky cliffs of Hanalea and the rippling skirts of Alyssa, her sister peak. The spirit-dwelling clan often referred to residents of the Vale as Flatlanders. The Vale folk, in turn, looked down on the city of Delphi and the plains of Arden to the south. The Vale gleamed like an emerald set high in the mountains, protected by the frowning peaks said to be the dwelling places of long-dead upland queens. It was warmed year-round by thermal springs that bubbled under the ground and broke through fissures in the earth. True Flatlanders, citizens of Tamron and the kingdom of Arden beyond Southgate, whispered that the spirit mountains were haunted by demons and witches and dragons and other fearsome things, that the very ground was poison to any invader. Highlanders did nothing to dispel this notion. Han's teacher, Jemson, claimed that before the coming of the wizards and the breaking of the world, the 7 realms were one great queendom ruled from Fellsmarch. Grain from Arden and Bruinswallow and Tamron filled her bread baskets. Fish from the coasts and game from the spirits and gems and minerals from the mountains added to her prosperity. The queen and her court were patrons of the arts, and the city built music halls, libraries, temples, and theaters all over the queendom. Though it had fallen on hard times in recent years, the city of Fellsmarch still hung raggedly on the bones of its glorious past. It was studded with elaborate buildings that predated the breaking. Fellsmarch Castle had somehow escaped the widespread destruction, as had the temples of the speakers and other public buildings. So when Han rounded the last curve of the Spirit Trail and looked down on the city of his birth, an urban forest of temple spires and gold-leafed domes greeted him, gleaming in the last rays of the dying sun. He couldn't help thinking it looked better from a distance. Lording over all was Fellsmarch Castle, with its soaring towers, a monument of marble and stone. It stood isolated, surrounded by the Durnwater, untouchable as those who lived within its walls. The City of Light, it was called, despite its long winter nights. There was even a period of time, around solstice, that the sun never rose at all. But on every other day, the sun flamed over Eastgate in the morning and kindled Westgate at the end of the day. The Spirit Trail snaked down into the city and emptied into the first of a series of squares, the legacy of some long-ago royal architect. Connecting the squares was the Way of the Queens, the broad boulevard that ran the length of the city and ended at Fellsmarch Castle. Han didn't follow the Way of the Queens. Like it or not, he had business in Southbridge. He turned off into a series of ever-narrowing streets, burrowing deeply into a part of the city the Queen never traveled to. As he left the Way behind, the buildings grew shabbier. People swarmed the streets, pinch-faced and wary-looking, prey and predators. Garbage mouldered in the gutters and spilled out of bins. The air reeked with the mingled stinks of cooking cabbage, wood smoke, privies, and slop jars dumped into the street. It would be worse come summer, when the heat thickened the air into a dangerous soup that gave babies the croup and set old people coughing up blood. At Southbridge Market, Han managed to unload the snagwort for a decent price, considering it was worthless. He could have sold it at Rag Market, but didn't want to risk it so close to home, where someone might remember him. Leaving the market, he put on his street face and strode quickly and purposefully past the fancy girls and grifters and street-corner thugs that would be on you at any sign of weakness or fear. "Hey, boy," a woman called, and he ignored her, as he ignored the glittery nobleman who tried to entice him into an alley. Southbridge was the infection that festered under the seemingly healthy skin of the city. You didn't go there at night unless you were big and well-armed, and surrounded by big, well-armed friends. But daytime was safe if you used your head and kept aware of your surroundings. He wanted to clear Southbridge before it got dark. To be fair, some might call Han's own neighborhood a dangersome place, but in Rag Market he knew who to watch out for and where they stayed. He only needed a few steps on anyone to disappear into the labyrinth of streets and alleys he knew so well. No one would find him in Rag Market if he didn't want to be found. His destination was the Keg and Crown, a decrepit tavern that clung like a mussel to the river's edge. The bank underneath had been undercut by centuries of spring floods, and it always seemed in imminent danger of tipping into the river. His timing was good. The common room was just filling up with the evening trade. He'd be out of the way before things got too rowdy. Han handed Lucius's bottles to Matthew, the tavern keeper, and received a heavy purse in return. Matthew stowed the bottles in the back bar, out of reach of his more aggressive customers.
"Is that all you have? I'll have this lot sold in a day. Goes down smooth as water, it does."
"Have a heart. I can only carry so much, you know," Hans said, pulling a pitiful face and working his aching shoulders with his fingers. Every tavern in Fellsmarch clamored for Lucius's trade. Lucius could triple his production and sell it all, but he chose not to. Matthew eyed him speculatively, then groped under his massive belly for his purse. Extracting a coin, he pressed it into Hans' hand, closing his fingers over it. A princess coin, by the shape and weight of it, called a girlie on the street.
"Maybe you could speak to him, convince him to send more bottles my way."
"Well, I could try, but he has a lot of long-standing customers, you know." Hans shrugged his shoulders. He'd spotted a plate of meat buns on the sideboard. His sister, Mary, loved meat buns. Matthew, got any plans for those buns?" Han left the Keg and Crown whistling, a girly richer, with 4 pork buns wrapped in a napkin. It was shaping up to be a good day after all. He turned down Brickmaker's Alley, heading for the bridge over the Durnwater that would take him into Ragmarket. He was nearly through when the light died in the passageway, as if a cloud had passed before the sun. He looked ahead to see that the exit from the alley was now corked with 2 bodies. A familiar voice reverberated off the stone buildings to either side.
"Well now, what have we here? A ragger on our turf?"
Bones. It was Shiv Connor and his Southies. Hans spun around, meaning to beat it back the way he came, and found 2 more grinning Southies blocking his escape. This meeting wasn't random, then. They'd been laying for him, had chosen this place on purpose. There were 6 Southies altogether, 4 boys and 2 girlies, ranging in age from a year or 2 younger than Han to a year older. He'd have no room to maneuver in the narrow alleyway, no way to protect his back. It was a mark of respect, recognition of his name in Southbridge. That was one way to look at it. In the old days, he'd have had his seconds with him. He'd never allowed himself to get in a fix like this. He thought of saying he wasn't with the Raggers anymore, but that would just mark him as an easy victim, someone without protection or turf of his own. Hans' hand found the hilt of his knife and pulled it free, palming it, though he knew it would do him no good. If he was stripped of his purse and badly beaten, that'd be a lucky outcome. Han put his back to the alley wall. "Just passing through," he said, lifting his chin, feigning a confidence he didn't feel. "Meaning no disrespect."
"Yeah? Well, I mark it different, Cuffs."
Shiv and his gang formed a loose semicircle around Han. The street lord was red-headed and blue-eyed, his face pale and beardless as a fancy girl's, marked only by the purple gang symbol on his right cheek and an old knife scar that dragged his left eye down at the corner. Shiv wasn't big, and he was no older than Han. He ruled by virtue of his skill with a blade and his willingness to cut your heart out while you slept. Or any other time. A complete lack of conscience made him powerful. Shiv's blade glittered in the light that leaked from the street. His hands were scarred. He'd been badged as a thief by the Bluejackets before he'd smartened up. He was the best blade man in Southbridge, and the only one better in Ragmarket was a girlie, Cat Tyburn, who'd replaced Han as street lord of the Raggers.
"You've been doing business in Southbridge, and we want a whack of the takings. You've been told,"
Shiv said. The rest of the Southies jostled forward, grinning. "Look, I'm not the bagman," Han said, falling into his old patter flash. "Who'd trust me with that kind of plate? I just deliver. They settle up on their own." "Product, then," Shiv said, and the other Southies nodded enthusiastically, like Shiv would be sharing. Han kept his eyes on Shiv's blade, adjusting his stance accordingly. "Lucius won't pay a tariff or a daub, and if I short anybody, I'm gone."
Fine by me, Shiv said, grinning. He'll need somebody to take over. No reason it can't be us.
Oh, yeah, Han thought. Lucius is particular about who he partners with, but now wasn't the time to say it. All right, he said grudgingly, as if giving in. Let me talk to him and I'll see what we can work out. Shiv smiled. Smart boy, he said. That must have been some sort of signal, because suddenly they were all over him. Shiv's blade slashed up toward Han's face, and when he parried that, those on either side seized his arms, slamming his wrist against the wall until he dropped his knife. Then an older boy, a southern islander, took to smashing Han's head against the wall, and Han knew he'd be done, maybe for good, if the boy kept that up. So he went limp, dragging him to the ground. Shiv kicked him hard in the ribs, and somebody else punched him in the face. Nasty, but not deadly. Finally, he was yanked upright by the arms and held there while Shiv patted him down. Han resisted the temptation to spit in his face or kick him where it counted. He still hoped to survive the day. "Where's your stash?" Shiv demanded, turning out Han's pockets. "Where's all those diamonds and rubies and gold pieces everybody talks about?" It would do no good to tell Shiv that the legendary stash never existed, save in street tales. "It's gone," Han said. "Spent, stolen, and given out in shares. I got nothing." "You got these." Shiv scraped back Han's sleeves, exposing the silver cuffs. "I heard you was a fancy boy, Cuffs." Seizing Han's right forearm, Shiv yanked at the bracelet, practically dislocating Han's wrist. Furious, the gang leader pressed the tip of his knife into Han's throat, and Han felt blood trickling under his shirt. "Take 'em off." The cuffs had been Han's trademark during his time as street lord of the Raggers. Shiv wanted them as trophy. "They don't come off," Han said, knowing with a numbing certainty that he was about to die. "No?" Shiv breathed, his face inches from Han's, alive with anticipation, tears leaking from his damaged left eye. "That's a shame. I'll take off your hands then, and see if they'll slide over the stumps." He looked around at his audience, and the other Southies laughed in a ragged sort of way. "But don't worry, Stumps. We'll give you begging rights this side of the bridge. For a cut of the takings, that is." His laughter was shrill and slightly mad, like an out-of-tune song. Shiv withdrew his knife from Han's throat and continued the search, giving him time to think about it. He found Han's purse and cut it free, taking a little skin with it. Stuffing the swag under his shirt, he grabbed Han's carry bag and began sorting through it, tossing his trade goods on the ground. Han's spirits sank even lower. There was no way Shiv would overlook Matthew's purse, and no way Han could make up that kind of money. It wouldn't be his problem after he bled to death. But it wasn't Matthew's purse that Shiv pulled out of the bag. It was Bayar's amulet in its leather wrapping. "What you got here, Cuffs?" Shiv asked, his eyes alight with interest. "Something pricey, I hope." He unfolded the leather and poked it with his finger. Green light rippled through the alleyway, burning Han's eyes, temporarily blinding him. With an ear-splitting blast, Shiv and the Southies were flung back against the opposite wall like rag dolls, smacking the stone with a solid thud. Han went down hard, ears ringing. He rolled to his knees. The amulet, apparently undamaged, lay on the ground just in front of him, still emitting an eerie green glow. After a moment's hesitation, Han dropped the leather wrapping over it and slid it back into his carry bag. As he scrambled to his feet, he heard shouted orders and boots pounding over the cobblestones at the Southie end of the alley. He looked back. A clot of blue-jacketed soldiers jammed the entryway. The Queen's Guard. Han had a history with the Guard. Time to be gone. He glanced at Shiv, who had heaved himself upright, shaking his head dazedly, surrounded by his cronies. No way to get his own purse back, but he still had Matthew's, and the guard might slow the Southies down. It was a chance to come away alive. He'd take it. Hans sprinted down the alley, away from the guard and toward the river. Behind him, he could hear screamed threats and orders to halt. He thought about taking refuge in South Bridge Temple at the west end of the bridge, but decided he'd better try and get clean away. He cleared the alley, ran past the temple close, found his way through the line for the bridge, and pounded his way across. He didn't stop running until he was well into ragger turf. Then he took a circuitous route, careful to make sure no one was following. Finally, he turned onto Cobble Street, limping over the uneven pavers. Now that he felt safe, he surveyed the damage. He hurt all over. The skin, stretched tight over the right side of his face, said it was swelling, and he could scarcely see out of his right eye. A sharp pain in his side suggested a rib was broken. He carefully explored the back of his head with his fingers. His hair was matted with blood, and there was a goose-egg-sized lump rising. Could be worse, he told himself. Ribs could be wrapped, at least, and nothing else seemed to be broken. There was no money for doctors, so anything broken would stay broken, or heal any way it pleased. That's how it worked in Rag Market. Unless Han was fit enough to climb back up to Hanalea and put himself in Willow's hands. He stopped at the well at the end of the street and sluiced water over his head, rinsing off the blood as best he could and combing his hair down with his fingers. He didn't want to scare Mary. All the while, his memory tiptoed around what had happened in Brickmaker's Alley. Maybe he was addled. He'd hit his head, after all. He could swear he'd seen Shiv take hold of the amulet, and then it sort of exploded, just as Bayar said it would. He could feel the ominous weight of the Jinx piece in his carry bag. Maybe Dancer was right. Maybe he should have buried the thing. But the fact was, if not for the serpent talisman, he'd be in a world of trouble. Maybe dead. "Huh," he thought. "Don't fool yourself. You're in a world of trouble anyway." He'd reached the stable at the end of the street, so there was no putting it off any longer. Inside the stable, Hans sniffed the air experimentally. There was nothing of supper. Instead, it stank of manure, damp straw, and warm horses. He'd have to muck out the stalls tomorrow, if he could even get out of bed. Some of the horses poked their heads out of the stalls and whickered in recognition, hoping for a treat. "Sorry," he murmured. "I got nothing." Haltingly, he climbed the old stone staircase to the room he shared with his mother and 7-year-old sister. Han eased open the door. From force of habit, his eyes flicked around the room, meaning to locate trouble before it came flying at him. The room was chilly and dark, the fire nearly out. No sign of Ma'am. Mary was lying on her pallet by the hearth, but she must have been awake because her head popped up as soon as he came in. A big smile broke on her face, and she flung herself at him, wrapping her skinny arms around his legs and burying her face at his waist. "Han, where have you been? We've been so worried." "You should be asleep," he said, awkwardly patting her back and smoothing down her ragged, tow-colored hair. "Where's Ma'am?" "She's out looking for you," Mary said, shivering, teeth chattering with fear or cold. She returned to her bed by the fire and wrapped the threadbare blanket around her thin shoulders. She never seemed to have enough fat on her to keep warm. "She's in a right state. We was scared something happened to you." Bones, he thought, feeling guilty. "When did she go?" "She's been out all day, off and on." "Did you have supper?" She hesitated, considering a lie, then shook her head. "Ma'am'll bring something home, I reckon." Han pressed his lips together to keep from spilling his thoughts. Mary's faith was somehow precious to him, like a dream he couldn't let go of. She was the only person in all of Ragmarket who'd ever believed in him. He crossed to the hearth, pulled a stick from their dwindling supply, and laid it on the fire. Then he sat down on the thin mattress next to his sister, keeping his face turned away from the firelight. "It's my fault you got nothing to eat," he said. "I should have come home earlier. I told Ma'am I'd bring you something." He dug in his pocket and fished out the napkin with the buns. He unwrapped them and handed one to Mary. Her blue eyes went wide. She cradled it in her fingers and looked up at him hopefully. "How much of it do I get?" Hans shrugged, embarrassed. "All of it. I brought more for me and Ma'am." "Oh!" Mary pulled apart the bun and downed it in greedy bites, licking her fingers at the end. Sweet, spicy sauce smeared her mouth, and she ran her tongue over her lips, trying to get the last little bit. Han wished he was 7 again, when all it took was a pork bun to make him happy. He handed her another, but as she took it, she got a good look at him. "What happened to your face? It's all swollen." She reached up and touched his face with her small hand, like it was delicate as an eggshell. "It's getting purple." Just then he heard the weary clump, clump, clump up the stairs that said Ma'am was home. Han eased into a standing position, bracing himself against the wall, concealing himself in the shadows. A moment later, the door banged open. Han's mother stood in the doorway, her shoulders permanently hunched against a lifetime of bad luck. To Han's surprise, she was wearing the new coat he'd picked up in Ragmarket a week or 2 before, thinking it would serve him well the next winter. On her, it nearly swept the ground, and she had a long scarf wrapped around her neck. Ma'am wore layers of clothes even in fair weather, a kind of armor she put on. She unwound the scarf from her neck, freeing her long plait of pale hair. There were dark circles under her eyes, and she looked more defeated than usual. She was young. When Han was born, she'd been no older than Han was now, but she looked older than her years. "I couldn't find him, Mary," she said, her voice breaking. Han was stunned to see tears streaking down her cheeks. "I've been everywhere, asked everyone. I even went to the guard, and they just laughed at me. Said he was likely in jail. That was where he belonged. Or dead." She sniffled and blotted her face with her sleeve. Ma'am," Mary stammered, looking over at Han. "I've told him and told him to stay off the streets, not to run with the gangs, not to carry money for that old Lucius, but he don't listen. He thinks nothing can touch him. I'm dog dirt," Han thought. "I'm scum." The longer he waited, the worse it would get. He stepped out of the shadows. "I'm here, Ma'am." He cleared his throat. "Sorry I'm late." Ma'am blinked at him, pale as parchment, her hand flying to her throat as if she'd seen a ghost. Where?" "I slept over at Marisa Pines," Han explained. "And then I ran into some trouble on the way home. But I brought supper." He mutely held out the napkin with the remaining pork pies. An offering. Crossing the space between them, she struck the napkin out of his hand. "You brought supper? That's it? You disappear for 3 days, and I'm out of my head with worry, and you brought supper?" Her voice was rising, and Han waved his hands, trying to shush her. They didn't need to rouse the landlord, who lived next door, and remind him that they hadn't paid their rent. She came forward, and he retreated until he was up against the hearth. She thrust an accusing finger into his face. "You've been fighting again, haven't you? What have I told you?" "No," he said, unconvincingly, shaking his head. I stumbled over a curb and fell flat on my face in the street." "You should put a cold rag on it," Mary said from the refuge of her bed. Her voice quavered, like it did when she was upset.
"Ma'am, you always say that takes the swelling down."
Han glanced over at Mary, wishing he and Ma'am could take their fight somewhere else. But when you live in one room over a stable, there's nowhere to go.
"Who was it this time?"
Ma'am demanded.
"The gangs or the guard? Or did you pick one too many pockets?"
"I ain't lifting purses anymore," Han protested, stung.
"Nor diving pockets, neither. I wouldn't—" "You said you were going after plants for the Flatlander market," Ma'am said. "Did you even go up on Hannaleah, or were you out running the streets the whole time?"
"I went up on Hannaleah," Han said, struggling to control his temper. "Me and Dancer spent all day gathering herbs on the mountain." Ma'am eyed him narrowly, then extended her hand.
"You should have some money for me, then."
Han thought of his purse, now in Shiv's possession. He still had Lucius's money, but, like he kept saying, he wasn't a thief. He swallowed hard, looking down at the floor. "I don't have any money," he said. "It got taken from me in Southbridge." Ma'am's breath hissed out, like he'd confirmed all her worst fears.
"You're cursed, Hanson Alister, and you'll come to a bad end," she said. "It's no wonder you're in trouble when you're out on the streets all day long, when you run with street gangs, thieving and robbing."
"I'm not with the raggers anymore," Han interrupted. "I promised you back in the fall." Ma'am plowed on as if he hadn't spoken.
"When you take up with ill-favored sorts like Lucius Frowsley, we may be poor, but at least we've always been honest."
Something broke loose inside Han, and when he opened his mouth, the words came spilling out.
"We're honest? Well, honest won't fill our bellies. Honest doesn't pay the rent. It's been me supporting us for the past year, and it's a lot harder without Slidehand. Be my guest if you think you can keep us out of debtor's prison taking in washing and picking rags. And if we do go to prison, what do you think will happen to Mary?"
Ma'am stood speechless, eyes very blue, her lips as white as the rest of her face. Then she snatched up a stick from the kindling pile and swung it at him. Reflexively, he gripped her wrist and held it. They glared at each other for a long moment, married by blood and anger. Slowly the anger drained away, leaving only the linkage of blood.
"I'm not going to let you hit me anymore,"
Han said quietly.
"I've already had one beating today. That's enough."
Later, Han lay on his straw mattress in the corner. He could hear the soft, regular breathing that said Ma'am and Mary were finally asleep. Every bone in his body ached, and his face felt like it might split open. Plus, he was hungry again. He and Ma'am had shared the last 2 meat buns, but these days everything he ate seemed to evaporate before it reached his stomach. His mind bounced off corners like a mouse in a maze. He was no philosopher. He had few spaces of time in which to dream. He wasn't the sort to try and reconcile the warring souls that lived inside his body. There was Han Alister, son and big brother, breadwinner, deal-maker, and small-time conniver. There was Hunt's alone, who'd been adopted by Marisa Pines and wished he could melt into the clans for good. And finally, Cuffs, petty criminal and street fighter, one-time street lord of the Ragger Gang, and enemy of the Southies. From day to day he slid out of one skin and pulled on another. No wonder it was hard to sort out who he was. He shifted on the hard floor. He usually used his carry bag as a pillow, but he wasn't sure if he ought to, with the amulet inside. The Jinx piece occupied his mind like a toothache. What if it exploded and killed them all, or worse, left them alive with no roof over their heads? Lucius's words came back to him. "Keep the amulet hid and stay out of the way of the Bayars. If they find out you have it, they'll kill you for it." Finally, He pulled the amulet in its wrapping out of his bag. Wearing only his breeches, he slipped down the stairs, past the horses in their stalls, and into the cold stable yard. Some distance from the building stood a stone forge built when there was a blacksmith in residence. It had been Han's hiding place since he was old enough to have secrets. Han lifted a loose stone at its base and tucked the amulet underneath, replacing the stone. Feeling more at ease, he returned to the stable and climbed the stairs, his mind working furiously. Tomorrow he'd go back to Lucius, deliver his purse, and hopefully get paid. That might be enough to hold off the landlord for a while, especially if he mucked out the barn again. Sitting down on his mattress, he dug in his breeches pocket, pulling out the princess coin Matthew had given him a lifetime ago. He turned it toward the dying fire, and the reflected flames picked out the silhouette engraved on it. It was Princess Raisa Anna Mariana, heir to the Grey Wolf throne of the Fells. "Hey, girlie," he whispered, running his dirty forefinger over the image. "I'd like to see more like you." She was in profile, captured in cold, hard metal, her graceful neck extended, her hair swept back from her face and caught into a coronet. No doubt proud and haughty as her mother, Queen Mariana. No, Han thought sarcastically. It's far too much trouble to come into the highlands to hunt. We'll just have the deer delivered, even if it means setting fire to the mountain. A princess wouldn't have to worry about keeping a roof over her head, about where her next meal was coming from, or if she was going to be cornered and beaten in the street. A princess would have nothing at all to worry about. Chapter 7. In the Glass Garden. Raisa hurried down the corridor, her dancing slippers whispering over the marble floors. She'd intended to return to her chambers and change clothes, but was at a loss for what to put on. Her clan leggings and tunic were filthy dirty. She had no play clothes anymore, and anyway, this new solemn Aemon in his dress uniform seemed to call for something more formal. But what if he'd changed into breeches and shirt? She'd feel foolish in her gown. Hold on. She was the princess heir, come from a dance. Why should she feel foolish at all? What was the matter with her? Margaret was waiting up, nursing a cup of tea, her graying hair taken down and plaited. "You're back earlier than I expected, Your Highness," she said, rising and dipping a curtsy. "I thought it would go later." "It will. I'm going to see Aemon now," Raisa said, sitting in front of her mirror and removing the circlet. She'd leave the gown on, she decided, but take down her hair. Then she'd... "Now?" Margaret stared at her. "At this hour?" Raisa blinked up at her. "Well, yes." And when Margaret continued to frown, added, "What? You can't go off meeting a young man on your own in the middle of the night." What didn't Margaret understand? "It's Aemon. We used to stay out overnight all the time. Remember when Cook found us under the baker's table at sunrise? We wanted to be ready when the cinnamon buns came out of the oven." Raisa tugged a brush through her resistant hair, thinking Aemon would never fit under the baker's table now. Not with those long legs. "You'll not go out without a chaperone at this hour," Margaret said stubbornly. "I already said I'd meet him," Raisa said, plaiting her hair into a loose braid. "No one will know anyway. If you go, I'll speak with Lady Francia, who will interrupt the Queen," Margaret said, thrusting her chin forward triumphantly. "You wouldn't," Raisa said, now thoroughly sorry she'd not gone directly to her rendezvous. "I would, Your Highness. You'll be 16 in July, and eligible for marriage. It will be my head if anything happens to you. I mean, he's a soldier, after all." "Blood of Hannah Leah. I'm not marrying anyone, Margaret. Not for a long time." "I'll take 100 lovers before then, just for spite," she wanted to say. Besides, I'd be more likely to get into trouble in the card room with Micah or under Mother's nose in the banqueting hall than with Eamon, Raisa thought. They glared at each other for a long moment, at an impasse. "Fine," Raisa said. "Come with me, then." Margaret looked down at her chamber gown. Obviously, she'd thought she was in for the night. "Really, Your Highness, I don't think—" Raisa put on her imperious princess face. "If you insist on coming, you might as well make up a tray for Eamon. He stood guard at the door all during dinner, so he's not eaten." A quarter hour and much grumbling later, they left Raisa's rooms, Raisa in the lead, Margaret following, radiating disapproval, carrying a large silver tray. They climbed several flights of stairs that grew narrower and steeper as they ascended. "Are you meeting him on the roof, then?" Margaret wheezed, 2 flights behind Raisa. "We're meeting in the glass garden," Raisa said, pausing at the top of the last flight to let Margaret catch up. It would have been much easier to go up via the secret staircase, but that was one secret she didn't intend to share with Margaret. She'd not shared it with Micah either. Once disclosed, it couldn't be taken back if it became awkward or inconvenient. The greenhouse must have been a showplace once, designed by someone with a love for gardens. They entered through tall bronze doors decorated with cunning vines, flowers, animals, and insects cast into the metal. The air inside was moist, fragrant with earth and flowers and the breath of growing things. The dark slate floor gathered up sunlight all day long and gave heat back during the night. Hot water from thermal springs circulated through pipes controlled by a series of valves so the temperatures could be adjusted to meet the needs of tropical, desert, and temperate plants. Queen Mariana had little use for gardens, preferring her flowers to be arranged in vases, but Raisa shared a passion for digging in the dirt with her father. On those rare occasions he stayed at Fellsmarch Castle, they spent hours in companionable silence, rooting cuttings and thinning seedlings. With both of them gone these past 3 years, the garden was overgrown and neglected, the more aggressive plants crowding out the weaker, more delicate kinds. Panes were broken here and there, stuffed with wool, or crudely mended with ill-fitting patches. Some areas of the garden were too cold now for any but native plants. Raisa led Margaret to the entrance of the maze. Eamon would be waiting in one of the side passages in a pavilion next to the fountain. "Guess we'll have to find a new place to meet," Raisa thought, now that Margaret knows about this one. Although she might not be able to find her way back. Raisa confidently threaded her way through the leafy tunnels, Margaret tight on her heels, as if afraid Raisa might sprint away and leave her stranded. The boxwood walls had nearly grown together in some places, and more than once they had to push through tangles of branches. "You're going to ruin that dress on the first wearing," Margaret complained, licking her finger and rubbing it over a prick in Raisa's satin skirt. Raisa heard Eamon before she saw him. He was pacing back and forth, muttering to himself. At first she thought he was grumbling because she was late, but it seemed he was practicing some sort of speech. "Your Highness, may I say how honored I am that you... how pleased I am to be remembered... Gah!" He shook his head in disgust and cleared his throat. "Your Highness, I was astounded... No, surprised when you spoke to me, and hoped that you might consider our friendship—" "Hannah-Leah's bloody bones!" he exclaimed, smacking himself in the forehead. "What an idiot!" Raising her hand to indicate that Margaret should stay where she was, Raisa moved forward. "Eamon?" He jumped and swiveled around, his hand automatically going to the hilt of his sword. He tried to change it into a kind of elegant gesture, extending his hand toward her and bowing low. "Your Highness," he croaked, straightening and staring at her. "You're,
You look well. Your Highness?
She strode toward him, satin swishing, chin lifted imperiously.
Your Highness?
Well, he said, flushing furiously. She gripped both his hands and looked up, way up, past the square burned chin and straight nose, and into his gray eyes.
Bones, Eamon, it's me, Raisa. Have you ever in your life called me Your Highness?
He studied on it. As I remember, there were several times you made me call you that, he said dryly. Her face grew hot.
I never did.
He raised an eyebrow, an expression she remembered well. Very annoying.
Well,
she conceded, all right, maybe a few times. He shrugged.
It's probably best if I get used to calling you that, he said, if I'm going to be at court.
I suppose, she said. They stood like that, hands linked awkwardly for a moment. She was suddenly very aware of the contact. Her heart stuttered.
So, he said, you look well,
he repeated. He couldn't seem to decide where he should be looking, which gave him a rather shifty-eyed appearance.
And you look tall,
she replied, briskly withdrawing her hands.
Are you hungry? Margaret brought supper for you.
He flinched and glanced around, his gaze lighting on Margaret, sulking next to an ancient jade tree. The eyebrow again.
You brought Margaret along? Here?
Raisa shrugged.
She wouldn't let me come otherwise. It's hard these days.
Oh. He hesitated.
Well, I am hungry,
he admitted. Raisa motioned to Margaret, who set the tray on a small wrought-iron table at the waterside, lit the torches, and then withdrew to a bench close enough so she might still overhear what they were saying.
Please,
Raisa said to Eamon,
sit.
She settled into a chair and chose a small bunch of grapes to nibble on, though she was still stuffed from dinner. She was glad of the distraction of the food, glad it gave them something to focus on besides each other. Eamon carefully removed his uniform jacket and hung it on the back of his chair. Underneath he wore a snowy white linen shirt. He rolled the sleeves past the elbows, exposing tanned and muscled arms.
Sorry,
he said, finally sitting.
I'm used to doing my own laundry at Wean House, so I try to keep my cuffs out of my soup.
He enthusiastically tucked into the bread, cheese, and fruit Margaret had assembled, washing it down with cider. He looked up once and caught Raisa staring at him.
Excuse me,
he said, hastily swiping at his mouth with a napkin.
I rode a long way today. I'm starving, and I'm used to eating in a barracks. It's kind of a free-for-all.
To Raisa, it was a relief to talk to someone who didn't try to flatter her, who said what he thought, who wasn't so smooth that she felt clumsy and ill-spoken herself.
So, she said, you're assigned to the guard this summer?
He nodded, chewed, and swallowed.
And every summer from now on.
Will you be working a lot?
Aye, my doll makes sure the Queen gets her money's worth from my sorry hide.
He rolled his eyes.
I might get to see you if I'm assigned to your personal guard, but that's unlikely as a first year in the guard.
Oh, Raisa said, disappointed. She'd been lonely since returning to Fellsmarch from Demon Eye. There was Micah, of course, but being with him wasn't exactly relaxing, not even with a chaperone. She'd looked forward to a summer knocking about with the Eamon she remembered. It hadn't occurred to her that he'd be so different, or that he wouldn't have any free time.
I hoped we could ride up to Firehole Falls again. I heard there was a new geyser that shoots 50 feet in the air.
Really?
Eamon cocked his head. You haven't gone to see it? I was waiting for you. Remember that time we went swimming at Demon Springs?
They fished for trout in the fire hole and cooked their catch in one of the steam fishers that crazed the landscape.
Ah.
He looked uncomfortable.
The Queen may not like the notion of us riding off on our own anymore. Why not? Several reasons. He paused, and when she didn't respond, added, For one thing, it's more dangerous than it used to be. Raisa twitched impatiently. Everybody keeps saying that. Because it's true. And why else? Raisa persisted. I'm a soldier, and I'm of age. You'll be of age by midsummer. It's different. People will talk. Raisa made a disgusted noise. People will talk regardless. But she knew he was right. After an uncomfortable silence, she changed the subject. Tell me about Odin's Ford. Well, Eamon hesitated, as if to be sure she really meant it. The academy is split by the Tamron River. Wean House, the warrior school, is on one side, and Mistwork, the wizard school, on the other. Guess they thought it best to keep the two separated, in the beginning. Those were the first two, but these days there are other schools as well. There are 50 plebes in Wean House each year. They come from all over, from Tamron and the Fells and Arden and Bruinswallow. Some of them are actually at war with each other, but they're not allowed to bring it onto campus. There's something called the Peace of Odin's Ford that's enforced really strictly. Odin's Ford itself is like a small realm all on its own. It's on the border between Tamron and Arden, but it doesn't belong to either. Where do you stay? Raisa asked, kicking off her shoes and drawing her feet up under her gown, while Magritte scowled disapprovingly. Each class stays together until we're proficients, Eamon said. Then we can choose our own housing. Is it pretty evenly balanced in Wean House, girls and boys? Raisa asked casually. He shook his head. We send girls from the Fells, but in the South things are different. They have strange notions about what girls can do. Some say it's the influence of the Church of Malthus. Ah, Raisa nodded wisely, pretending to understand. Eamon seemed so informed, so worldly next to her, and she was Princess Heir of the Queendom. Shouldn't she know about these things? Did her mother, the Queen, know about them? Maybe not. Mariana had never traveled outside the Queendom either. Raisa was seized by the sudden desire to go somewhere, anywhere, out of the Fells. So it's about 3/4 boys, 1/4 girls, Eamon went on. The girls hold their own, though. Being a soldier isn't all about brute strength, as some of the Southerners have found out. He laughed. What do you do, then? She asked. Do you do seat work, or drill, or what? Right, she thought, eyeing him sidelong. Seat work didn't put that muscle on your arms and chest. Some classroom, some applied, Eamon said, seeming pleased by her interest. We train in strategy, geography, horsemanship, weaponry, that sort of thing. We study great battles in history and analyze the outcome. The further along you are, the more practical application. I wish I could go, Raisa blurted. You do? Eamon looked surprised. Well, it'd be too dangerous, I think. These days, just getting to and from school is a challenge. Why is that? Raisa fingered her briar rose necklace. Maybe her yearning for foreign lands came from her trader father. You know there's the Civil War in Arden, 5 brothers fighting over the throne, each with an army. So if you're of military age in the South, even if you're just passing through, you're at risk of being ganged into somebody's army. And military age is defined broadly, age 10 to 80, or thereabouts. He pushed back from the table, stretching out his legs, massaging the muscles in his thighs as though they hurt. Plus, you never know when you're crossing enemy lines or walking straight into a battle. Deserters and bands of mercenaries between patrons are everywhere. These days, people don't even try to identify you before they run you through. My father's in Arden, Raisa said with a shiver. Did you know? He nodded. Da told me. He paused, looking like he wished he could take back what he'd just said. He's demon eye, And he was a warrior once. I'm sure he'll be all right. When's he coming home?" She shook her head. "No idea. I wish he'd come. I just feel uneasy, you know, like something's going to happen." Raisa thought of what Eden Byrne had said about the lawlessness in the countryside and the need for a guard on a simple hunt. What else was going on that she didn't know about? "What do you think we should be doing differently?" she asked. "About the wars, I mean." He colored. "It's not my place to—" "I don't care if it's your place or not." She leaned across the table toward him. "I want to know what you think, just between us." Eamon studied her, as if not sure whether to believe her or not. "When I'm queen," Raisa thought grimly, "people won't be afraid to speak their minds." "Just between us?" She nodded. "Well," he said, his gray eyes steady on hers, "Da and I have been talking. The civil war in Arden isn't going to last forever. If nothing else, they'll run out of soldiers. One of those bloody Montan brothers is going to come out on top, and when he does, he's going to need money. He'll look north, south, and west for new territory. We think there's things we could be doing now that would help protect us in the future." "Such as?" Raisa prompted. "Get rid of the mercenaries," Eamon said bluntly. "They're always for sale, and the Montans are bloody treacherous. We need an army that's unquestionably loyal, made up of native-born, even if it's smaller. Otherwise the Queen could be overthrown by her own soldiers." "But," Raisa bit her lip, "where would we get recruits? Times are hard. Who would volunteer?" He shrugged. "Men from the fells are selling their swords to Arden," he said. "Meanwhile, we're importing trouble from the south. Why pay foreigners to fight for us? Give people a reason to stay home where they belong." "What reason?" Raisa persisted. "I don't know. Something to fight for, to believe in. A decent living." He threw up his hands. "Like I'm an expert. I'm just a cadet, but it's what my father thinks." "Do you know— Has Captain Byrne discussed this with the Queen?" Raisa asked. Eamon looked away from her, unrolling his sleeves with exaggerated attention. "He's tried, but Queen Mariana has lots of advisers, and Da's just the captain of her guard." Raisa had the feeling he'd left as much unsaid as said. "What about General Clemath? What does he think?" Raisa asked. Clemath was father to Kip and Keith, her persistent suitors. "Well," Eamon said, rubbing the bridge of his nose, "he's the one who brought in the mercenaries in the first place. He's not likely to support a change." "We have wizards," Raisa said, thinking this was the kind of conversation she should be having with her mother. "We have Lord Bayard and the rest of the council. They'll protect us from Flatlanders." "Aye," Eamon nodded. "If you can trust 'em." "You've become a cynic in the south," Raisa said, rubbing her eyes and realizing it had been a very long day. "You don't trust anyone." "That's how you stay alive in the south," Eamon said, staring out at the fountain. Raisa smothered a yawn. "That's how you deal with suitors, too. You don't trust any of them." Eamon's head jerked up. "Suitors? Has that started already?" "Already?" Raisa shrugged. "I'm nearly 16. My mother married when she was 17. Eamon looked appalled. "But you don't have to marry right away, do you?" Raisa shook her head. "I'm not getting married any time soon," she declared flatly. "Not for years and years," she added, when Eamon didn't look reassured. "My mother's still young, and she'll rule for a long time yet." Raisa was glad to be in the role of expert for once. She looked forward to courtship, but marriage was another thing altogether. "Ray, will you have to marry an old man?" Eamon asked, with that familiar Byrne bluntness. "Not that I think your Well, he is a lot older than the Queen, is all I'm saying." It depends. I could marry clan royalty, or even some king or princeling from Tamron or Arden. It could be an old man, I guess. That's a good reason to put marriage off as long as possible.
Had her mother ever loved her father? Raisa wondered. Or had it been purely a political match? Before she'd gone to Demon Eye, it seemed like they'd been more of a family. How much did Raisa's current aversion to marriage have to do with what she saw between her parents? She looked up to find Eamon watching her. He looked away quickly, but she'd seen the sympathy in his gray eyes. He was so different from Micah. Micah was intoxicating, always challenging everything she believed. Eamon was comfortable, like a pair of broken-in moccasins, and yet the changes in him were intriguing. She glanced over at Margaret. Her nurse was sound asleep, stretched out on one of the park benches, mouth open, snoring.
"Well,"
Eamon said, following her gaze,
"we've lost her."
he stood.
"And I'm on duty at sunrise. With your permission, I'll say good night."
He looks dead on his feet, Raisa thought, with a rush of guilt.
"Of course. But first, I've got something to show you," she said,
still unwilling to let him go, still wanting to negotiate some new kind of treaty.
"There's a secret passageway. It's like a shortcut. We can go that way."
Eamon hesitated, frowning.
"Where does it let out?"
"You'll see," Raisa said mysteriously. Eamon tilted his head toward Margaret.
"What about her?"
"Let her sleep," Raisa said. "She looks comfortable enough." "She may never find the way out on her own," Eamon said. "I promise I'll fetch her in the morning," Raisa said. Lifting free one of the torches, she marched off, between the walls of greenery, not looking back to see if Eamon was following, but soon hearing the crunch of his boots on the gravel path. They circled around and around until they reached the center of the maze. There, an exquisite wrought-iron temple stood forlornly amid a tangle of old roses and overgrown fragrance gardens. Honeysuckle and wisteria twined over trellises and covered the roof, dangling nearly to the ground, giving it the look of a living cave or a lover's bower. Even Raisa had to duck her head to enter. Leaves and twigs littered the floor. At one end stood an altar to the Maker, centering a semicircle of stone benches with room for no more than a dozen worshippers. A stained glass window at the other end depicted Hanalea in battle, sword drawn, hair flying. In daylight, when the sun shone through it, it sent rivers of color washing over the stone floor. Amid the stone pavers in the floor was set a metal plate engraved with wild roses. Raisa knelt and brushed away the debris with her forearm.
"Under here," she said, pointing. "You have to lift it."
Setting his torch into a bracket in the wall, Eamon grasped a ring set into the plate and pulled, rocking back on his heels. Hinges screeching, the plate swung up, followed by a rush of dank, stale air. Eamon looked up at Raisa.
"When's the last time you were down here?"
Raisa shrugged.
"Maybe 2 months ago. It's hard because there are always people around."
"I'd better go first," Eamon said, eyeing her gown skeptically. "Who knows what's moved in here since your last visit?"
"There's a ladder along the side,"
Raisa said helpfully. Bracing his hands on either side of the opening, Eamon lowered himself until his feet found the first rungs. He climbed down until his head and shoulders disappeared below floor level. He stopped at that point and reached his hand up. Raisa handed him a torch, and he resumed his descent until he reached the floor 2 stories below. He looked up, and she could see his face in the torchlight. He seemed far away.
"It's a long way down," he said. "I don't think this is such a good idea."
"It's fine," she said, with more confidence than she felt.
"I've been up and down before."
Only not in slippers and a tightly fitted satin dress, she might have added,
but didn't. "Let's go back out the way we came," Eamon argued, putting his foot on the lowest rung. "You can show me the passage another time, when you're, dressed for it." "When are we going to get another chance?" Raisa said stubbornly. "Like I said, there's always people around, and you're going to be working every day." She knew she was being unreasonable, but she was tired, and she felt cheated. She faced the prospect of a summer on her own again, for all intents and purposes, when she wanted to adventure with Eamon. "I'm coming up," Eamon warned, taking hold of the ladder with both hands. "I'm coming down," Raisa said loudly, turning and feeling for the first rung with her extended foot. "Just wait a minute, all right?" He disappeared from sight, but she could hear him moving around down there, see torchlight reflecting off the damp walls. He reappeared at the foot of the ladder, looking up at her, a big smear of dirt on his right cheekbone. "It's clear. A few rats is all. Come on down, but be careful." That was easier said than done. The rungs were far apart, difficult to manage by someone her size in the best of circumstances, nearly impossible in her dress. Her silk slippers gave her no purchase on the metal rungs. She hitched her skirt up above her knees, clutching it in one hand and holding on to the ladder with the other, wondering what kind of sight she presented to Eamon below. She was halfway down when she lost her single-handed grip on the slippery metal ladder, teetered a moment, arms flailing, then fell, screaming, through space. She landed with a whump in Eamon's arms. He staggered back a few steps, and for a moment she thought they'd both go down, but he regained his balance and ended leaning against the wall, breathing hard, cradling her close against the damp wool of his uniform jacket. She could hear his heart hammering next to her ear. "Hannah Leah's bloody bones," he swore, his face inches from hers, his gray eyes dark and roiled as the Indio Ocean in winter, his face chalk white. "Are you crazy, Raisa? Do you want to kill yourself?" "Of course not," she said fiercely, her fright making her snappish. "I just slipped is all. Put me down." But he seemed bent on lecturing her at close range. "You never listen. You always have to have your way, even if it means breaking your bloody neck." "I do not always have to have my way," she said. "Yeah? What about the time you just had to ride that Flatlander stallion? What was his name? Deathwish? Devil's Spawn? You had to climb the fence to mount him, and his back was so broad your legs stuck straight out, but nothing would do but you had to give him a try." He snorted. "That was the world's shortest ride." She'd forgotten about Eamon's annoying habit of repeating old stories she'd rather forget. Raisa struggled and kicked, trying to get free. He was definitely a lot stronger than she remembered. Even though she was smaller, she'd always been able to hold her own through force of personality, if nothing else. "You never think about the mess you'd leave behind," Eamon said. "If you bust your head and I'm in any way involved, my Da won't leave enough of me for the crows to find." "What happened to, 'If you please, Your Highness,' and 'With your permission, Your Highness'?" Raisa demanded. "For the last time, put me down, or I'll call the guard." Eamon blinked at her, and she couldn't help noticing he had really thick eyelashes smudging the gray of his eyes. Carefully, he set her down on her feet and took a step back. "My apologies, Your Highness," he said, his face gone blank and hard. "Shall I go, then?" And just that quick, her anger was gone, replaced by remorse. Her cheeks flamed. How could they possibly be friends if she kept pulling rank on him? "I'm sorry," she whispered, putting her hand on his arm. "Thank you for saving my life." He continued to stare straight ahead. "My duty, Your Highness, as a member of the Queen's Guard." "Will you stop?" Raisa said desperately. "I said I was sorry." "No apology is necessary, Your Highness," Eamon said,
looking down at her hand on his sleeve. "Now, if there's nothing else—" "Please don't go, Eamon," Raisa said, releasing his arm and staring at her ruined slippers. "I could really use a friend, even if I don't deserve one." She cleared her throat. "Do you think that's possible?" There was a long pause. Then Eamon put 2 fingers under her chin, and she lifted her head and looked at him, and the movement sent tears spilling down her face. He was leaning down toward her, his face was very close, and before she knew what she was doing, she slid her arms around his neck and kissed him on the lips. Maybe he was thinking about kissing too, because he pressed his hand against her waist, lifting her tightly against him so her feet nearly left the ground. He returned the kiss with surprising skill and intensity. His lips were a bit rough and wind-burned, but in a good way, and Raisa wasn't ready to stop when he broke it off and backed away, gray eyes wide with alarm. "I'm sorry, Your Highness," he gasped, reddening, raising his hands, palms out. "Forgive me. I didn't mean—" "Call me Raisa," Raisa said, moving toward him again, reaching for him. "Please, Raisa." He gripped her shoulders, holding her at arm's length. "I don't know what We can't do this." Raisa blinked at him. "It's just a kiss," she said, feeling rather hurt. "I've been kissed before." There was Micah, of course, and then there'd been dark-eyed, intense Reed Nightwalker Demon Eye, one of the warriors at Demon Eye Camp. Mush-mouthed Will Mathis, Keith Clemath, not Kip, and probably 1 or 2 others. "It should never have happened. I'm a soldier. And I'm in the Queen's Guard. If my father—" "Oh, bother your father," Raisa grumbled. "He doesn't have to know everything." "He knows things. I don't know how. And I would know it." Awkwardly, Eamon groped in his pocket, produced a handkerchief, and handed it to her. Raisa knew the kissing was over, for the time being, anyway. "When I saw you at dinner, you looked like a princess," he said, graciously averting his eyes from her tear-blotched face. "I mean, I always knew that, but you seemed different than I remembered. Kind of remote. Not what I expected." "You look different, too," Raisa said, blotting her eyes. "I didn't even recognize you until Mother called your name." She managed a damp smile. You're very handsome, you know. You must have lots of sweethearts." She couldn't help thinking he'd had some practice kissing since she'd last seen him. He shrugged, looking embarrassed. "There's not much time for sweethearts at Odin's Ford," he said. "Margaret says I'm willful and spoiled. My mother says I'm stubborn. I do try to get my own way, but I think it's because I'll never get my way on anything that matters." She looked up at him. "I won't get to choose where I live, or who I marry, or even who my friends are. My time will never be my own." She blew her nose, feeling bad about Eamon's handkerchief. "It's not that I don't want to be queen. I do. I guess I don't want to be my mother." "Then don't be," Eamon said, like it was the simplest thing in the world. "But most girls would love to be her," Raisa said, glancing around guiltily, as if someone might overhear them in the dank tunnel. "And I don't know how to be anything different. I don't want to be at the mercy of advisors, but how do you find things out, other than how to play the lute or embroider, I mean? At least I know how to ride a horse and get along in the woods and shoot a bow from my time in Demon Eye. My father's got me well on the way to being a trader. But that and embroidery's not enough to be a good queen." "Well, I'm no scholar," Eamon said, leaning against the wall, seeming reassured that Raisa wouldn't attack him again. "But there are people in Fellsmarch who know things. The speakers in the temple, for instance. There's a huge library there." "I guess," Raisa said. "It's just such an ordeal to even go there. Sometimes I'd like to be invisible."
She twitched irritably. "I don't even know what's going on in the world. My mother's advisors either tell her what she wants to hear, or they're promoting their own agendas. People say she listens to them too much." People being her grandmother Elena, among others. "Now who's the cynic?" Eamon said. "Maybe you need to find yourself some honest eyes and ears." He yawned and rubbed his eyes. "Oh," Raisa said, stricken. "I'm sorry. You said you have to get up." Half an hour into reform, she was being as self-centered and inconsiderate as always. She tried to ignore the voice in her head that said, "That's what queens do." "Come on, let's go." Seizing one of the torches, she led the way down the tunnel, trying to ignore the rustlings of rats and the reflected eyes of the creatures that stared down at her from the imperfections in the walls and scattered ahead of her at each turning. Eamon had no trouble keeping up with his long legs. "How did this passageway get here?" he asked. "And who else knows about it?" Raisa swiped a cobweb from her face. "I found it after I came back from Demon Eye," she said. "It's really old. I don't know who made it, and I don't think anybody knows about it. I haven't told anyone but you." At last they reached the roughly circular stone chamber that meant the end of their journey. "Here we are," Raisa said, setting the torch into a bracket by the door. She slid back the panel and pushed aside the wardrobe she'd positioned in front of the entrance. "Where are we?" Eamon asked, mystified. "You'll see," Raisa said, picking her way through a minefield of shoes and boots, pushing aside fluffy dresses on racks. Her bedroom was chilly and dark, the fire dying in the hearth, her nightgown still laid out on the bed. Eamon emerged from the closet behind her and glanced about. His eyes widened, and he looked a little panicked. "Raisa, is this your bedroom?" "Yes," Raisa said in an offhand fashion. She crossed to the hearth and poked at the fire, laying on another log. "Blood of the demon!" Eamon swore. "There's a secret passage in the walls leading to your bedroom? That doesn't worry you?" She looked up at him. "No? Why should it?" In truth, it hadn't. She'd been focused on the convenience of having a means to come and go without passing under the eyes of everyone in the busy palace corridors. "Somebody made this," Eamon said. "Who else might know about it?" "This apartment has been shut up for hundreds of years," Raisa said. "Maybe 1,000. You should have seen the way it looked before we cleaned it up. Someone made it, but whoever it was would have died a long time ago." Eamon was examining the sliding panel, running his hands over the wood molding surrounding it. "You should have it boarded up, Raisa. Close it off permanently." "You worry too much," Raisa said. "I've been here 3 months and no monsters have come through." "I'm serious. I'm going to talk to my father about it." "You will not," Raisa said. "You promised you wouldn't tell anyone." He tilted his head, frowning. "I don't remember promising anything." "Anyway," she went on, "I'll see if there's a way to put a lock on it. That should do." She crossed to the small pantry, suddenly reluctant to see him go. "Do you want anything else to eat?" He shook his head, smiling ruefully. "I'd better go. We don't want anyone to find me here." Raisa shook her head. "I guess not," she said. She felt conflicted, confused. On the one hand, she mourned the Eamon she'd known in childhood, a friendship that would never be the same. On the other, she felt a thrill of possibility, a breathless fascination with this new Eamon and anything he might do or say. She walked him to the door, and they stepped out into the hallway. "Thanks for dinner," he said. "I'm really tired of southern food." He paused, cleared his throat. "Don't forget about the tunnel." "Sorry I kept you out so late," Raisa said, committing to nothing. "But I'm really glad you're home."
Putting her hand on his arm to steady herself, Raisa went up on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek.
"So this is where you've been all evening,"
someone said in a voice as cold as a demon's kiss. Raisa jerked away from Eamon and turned, knowing as she did so it was the wrong thing, the guilty thing, to do. It was Micah Bayar, dark eyes glittering in the light from the sconces. A strong odor of wine said he'd been drinking. "What are you doing here?" she demanded, knowing the best defense is a good offense. "Skulking about the Queen's Tower in the middle of the night?"
"I might ask this soldier the same question,"
Micah said.
"He seems rather out of place."
"Her Highness asked me to escort her back to her rooms," Eamon said, stumbling onto the excuse that she and Micah always used. "I was just leaving."
"I see that,"
Micah said.
"I thought you had a headache,"
he said to Raisa.
"I did,"
she replied. She turned to Eamon.
"Good night, and thank you, Corporal Byrne."
She turned to enter her room, but Micah grabbed her arm, the loosed power in his grip stinging her flesh.
"Hold on," he said. "Don't rush off. I need to understand something."
Raisa tried to pull free.
"Micah, I'm really tired. Can we talk about this tomorrow?" "I think we should talk about this now,"
Micah said, glaring at Eamon.
"While we're all here together." "Let go,"
Raisa said, trying to peel away his fingers with her free hand. Suddenly, Eamon's sword was in his hand and pointed at Micah.
"Sul Bayar,"
Eamon said,
"the Princess Heir has asked you to let go of her. I suggest you do so."
Micah blinked, then looked down at his hand on Raisa's arm, as if surprised to see it there. He let go and took a step back.
"Raisa, listen, I didn't mean—"
"You listen," Raisa snapped.
"You don't own me. I don't think I need to be interrogated if I want to spend some time with a friend. I don't owe you any explanations."
Eamon stowed away his sword.
"Your Highness, it's late and we're all tired. Why don't you go on to bed, and we'll both be on our way, all right?"
Raisa swallowed hard and stepped into the shelter of the doorway. Eamon planted a hand on Micah's shoulder and propelled him down the corridor. But the look Micah fired at Raisa over his shoulder said this wasn't the end of it. Chapter 8. Lessons to be Learned.
"Mary, hurry up or we'll be late,"
Han said. He could hear the clamor of temple bells throughout the city, marking the half-hour.
"And pull a comb through your hair, will you? It looks like a rat's nest." "But I don't want to go to school,"
Mary grumbled, lacing up her shoes.
"Can't we go see Lucius? He's teaching me to fish."
"It's raining out. Besides, Mom doesn't like you to visit Lucius," Han said. "She thinks he's a bad influence."
"Mom doesn't like you to visit Lucius,"
Mary countered, struggling to disentangle the snarls in her hair.
"And you still go?"
"When you're as old as me, you can aggravate Ma'am on your own," he said, thinking Mary was too smart for her own good. Plus, she had a mouth that would get her into trouble. He should know. He took the comb from Mary and used that and his fingers to put her hair in order.
"Ma'am won't know anyway,"
Mary persisted, flinching when he pulled too hard.
"She won't be back from the castle till late."
"Just shut it, Mary," Han said unsympathetically. "If you can't read and write and do figures, you'll get cheated all your life. And how are you going to learn anything else?"
"Ma'am can't read and write, and she has a job working for the Queen,"
Mary argued.
"That's why she wants you to go to school,"
Han said. It had been 2 weeks since Han brought the amulet home, and their lives had settled into a different cadence. Ma'am had a new job in the laundry at Fellsmarch Castle. It was reliable money, but she had to leave long before dawn to walk the length of the town across multiple bridges to get there. She never got home before dark either, so they were on their own for supper, but at least there was supper to be had. It had become Han's job to take Mary to and from school, which made it hard for him to work his route for Lucius. Once or twice he'd taken her with him on his rounds. Today he meant to leave off Mary, stop in at the Keg and Crown and several other Southbridge taverns, and get to and from Lucius's place before Mary was done at school. It was a risk. The Southies might be laying for him, but it had to be done. Han dampened a rag in the basin to scrub off Mary's face so the speakers at the temple wouldn't think she was neglected. He couldn't do much about her clothes, but she wasn't the only one who shopped from the rag bin. "Let's go." It was still dark in the narrow streets and alleyways of Rag Market. It had rained hard overnight. Han had awoken to water dripping on his face through the leaking roof. There were puddles everywhere, and the gutters ran full, but the rain had diminished to an irritating drizzle. Han pulled Mary under the shelter of his too large coat, and they staggered along like some poorly designed four-legged animal. "I don't see why it has to be so early," Mary said. "They've got the whole day to have school." Han pulled her out of the way of a bakery cart that splashed muddy water up to their knees. "This way the prentices can get schooling and still get to work," he said. Southbridge Temple anchored the far end of Southbridge. Han often thought that whoever built Fellsmarch Castle might have had a hand in Southbridge Temple. Its soaring towers pricked the sky and reminded a person that there was a world beyond Rag Market and Southbridge, even if you couldn't get to it. The stone facing around the door was carved with leaves and vines and flowers. Gargoyles launched themselves from every side of the building, and the downspouts were capped with fantastical creatures that must have died in the breaking, because you never saw them these days. The temple close housed libraries and dormitories for the dedicates, gardens and kitchens as well. It was by no means a cloister, however, since it welcomed in the citizens of the surrounding neighborhoods, feeding their minds along with their bodies. Anyone could come inside the temple buildings and see artwork that had been collected for more than 1,000 years. There were paintings and sculptures and tapestries with colors so brilliant they seemed to vibrate. Han and Mary walked in through the side door as the great bells overhead began tolling the hour. They shook like a pair of dogs, scattering droplets over the slate floor of the foyer. Classes were held in one of the side chapels. When they entered, Speaker Jemson was at the podium, riffling through notes. Behind him stood a line of easels holding paintings drawn from the temple collections that would be used to illustrate his presentation. His dozen students fidgeted on cushions pulled from the benches in the sanctuary. It was a motley group of girls and boys, ranging in age from Mary's 7 to 17. Some were dressed for trade, meaning to go on to their jobs after class. Jemson, Han thought. So the topic would be history. "History," Mary muttered, as if she'd overheard his thoughts. "Why do we need to know what happened before we were even born?" "So hopefully we get smarter and don't make the same mistakes again," Han said, grinning at Jemson. It was one of Jemson's favorite lines, and he knew his old teacher would appreciate it. "Hanson, Alister," Jemson said, rounding his desk and striding toward them, his gown flapping around his thin legs. "It's been a long time. To what do we owe this pleasure?" "Well, Hans stammered, exquisitely conscious of Mary looking on. "Actually, I'm not staying. I have something I need to do." "He thinks he's already smart enough," Mary said, nibbling at a fingernail. "That's not it," Hans said. "It's just I'm working now, and—" "That's too bad," Jemson cut in. "We'll be discussing the breaking and how it's been depicted in art through the ages.
Fascinating stuff.
Jemson thought everything was fascinating. It was kind of catching. Only this time, Han had his own reasons for being interested in the breaking. The story Lucius had told was still rattling around in his brain, kindling little fires wherever it landed, and buried under the forge in the yard was something that might be a piece of that history. Han wanted reinforcement of what he knew to be true. Except, "The thing is, I've got business in Southbridge and I can't bring Mary along," Han said, "so I thought I'd go while she's in class." Jemson eyed him, no doubt taking in his still purple eye and bruised cheekbone, but not feeling the need to mention it, which was one of the things Han liked about Jemson.
"I see. Well, most business in Southbridge doesn't get up this early anyway," the speaker said dryly.
Exactly. Han was relying on the Southies sleeping in. At least it seemed less likely he'd run afoul of them at this time of day. "You never used to go out of your way to avoid trouble," he thought. "You used to go looking for it."
"Tell you what,"
Jemson said, displaying his usual persistence.
"Sit in on class, and afterward Mary can stay with the speakers in the library while you go about your business. We'll give her supper if need be."
He paused, then couldn't resist adding, "You will be careful, won't you? For Mary's sake, if not your own?"
"I'm always careful,"
Han said, glancing at Mary.
"And I guess I can stay a little while."
It wasn't like he'd outgrown the temple school. There were boys older than him in the class.
"Excellent! Spectacular, in fact!"
Jemson put on his teacher face and turned to the rest of the class.
"Yesterday we discussed the events leading up to the breaking. Today we'll talk about some of the people involved. Who can name one of them?"
"Well, there was Queen Hannah-Leah," one small girl ventured.
"Good work, Hannah,"
Jemson said, as if she'd just demonstrated how to change dung into gold.
"There was Queen Hannah-Leah, for whom we thank the Maker every day."
He turned one of the easels to reveal a painting Han recognized immediately as Hannah-Leah Blessing the Children. In it, the legendary queen looked to be 13 or 14. She was seated at a harp, dressed all in white, like a dedicate, her glittering hair gathered into a loose plait, her complexion creamy pink, like rose porcelain. She looked like one of those fancy dolls in the shop windows along the Way of the Queens, the ones Mary pined for and would never have. In the painting, Hannah-Leah extended her hands toward a group of younger children, smiling benevolently, the glow from her skin illuminating their rapt, upturned faces.
"This is Hannah-Leah as a young girl, before the terrible events that we've—"
"Excuse me, Speaker Jemson," Han said. "The painter, was that someone who knew Hannah-Leah?" Jemson blinked at him, caught mid-sentence.
"Say again?"
"When was that painted?" Han asked. "Was it painted from life, or is it just somebody's idea of what Hannah-Leah looked like?" Jemson grinned.
"Master Alister, we have missed your presence in these classes. This was painted by Sedwin Malison in the new year 505. What does that tell us?"
A serious-looking boy in threadbare clothes and a clerk's collar said, "It was painted more than 500 years after the breaking, so the painter couldn't have known her." "So it's possible she looked entirely different?" Han said.
Jemson nodded. "It is possible. What are the implications of that?"
This launched a discussion of something Jemson called social context, how religion and politics influence art, and art in turn shapes opinion. Jemson's enthusiasm rolled right over some of the younger students, who looked bewildered and excited at the same time.
"Since Hannah-Leah carried clan blood, what are the chances that she was blue-eyed and fair-haired?" Jemson asked. "It seems more likely she was dark-haired and dark-skinned."
"Are there any paintings of Hannah-Leah done by people who actually knew her, sir?" Han asked.
"I don't know," Jemson said. "There may be. right here in the archives. Why don't you look into that and report back to the class?"
That was Jemson, always snaring you into projects that involved time in the library, that would bring you back to class another day.
"Well, maybe,"
Hans said. Jemson nodded, knowing better than to push.
"So we have our Hannah, as she's represented in history and art. Who else played a role?"
"The Demon King," Mary said, shivering a little. Several of the other students made the sign of the Maker to ward off evil.
"Yes, indeed. We have the Demon King, who single-handedly changed the course of the world by nearly destroying it."
With a flourish, Jemson turned another easel to display another painting. If Han recalled correctly, this one was called The Demon King in Madness. Painted in lurid reds and purples, it depicted a hooded, robed figure outlined in flame. His arms were raised, his fanatical eyes glowed in the shade of the hood, the only aspect of his face that was visible. But Han's eyes fixed on the demon's skeletal right hand, which was holding aloft a glowing green amulet, a tangle of serpents. Han's stomach did a sickening backflip.
"Some say he was the Breaker incarnate," Jemson was saying. "Others that he was seduced by evil, made drunk by the power associated with dark magic. No one doubts that he was incredibly gifted."
"What's that in his hand?" Han asked. Jemson glanced over at the painting.
"It's an amulet, often seen in paintings of the Demon King. It's thought to be a direct link to dark magic."
"What happened to it?" Han asked. "Where is it now?" Jemson turned and frowned at Han, as if trying to parse out the source of the rapid-fire questions.
"I have no idea. Likely it was destroyed by the clans immediately after the breaking, as were many of the most powerful magical pieces. In any event, it's lost to history."
"When was this painted?" Han asked. "And who did it?" Jemson bent and examined the brass plate at the base of the painting.
"The artist was Mandrake Bayar, painted in New Year 593.
He squinted at the engraved lettering.
"It was a gift of the Bayar family."
"Bayar?" Han's heart stuttered. But how would the artist know about the amulet if it was painted so long after the piece was destroyed? The other students were staring at him, but he didn't care. Jemson shrugged.
"It's a common element in paintings of the Demon King. I'm assuming it was copied from an earlier work."
Maybe, Han thought, or maybe it was painted directly from the object itself.
"What was his name?"
Han asked. Jemson's brow furrowed.
"Whose name?"
"The Demon King. Did he have another name? From before?" Han persisted.
"Well, yes," Jemson said, still looking puzzled. "His birth name was Alger Waterlow."
For Han, Southbridge Temple was, in every sense, a sanctuary. It was a toehold in enemy territory, a refuge from the streets when he needed one. He couldn't help feeling edgy as he left the safety of its walls and ventured into Southbridge, his first visit since the confrontation with the Southies in Brickmaker's Alley. Mary begged to come with him. Everything he did seemed to fascinate her, no matter if it was tedious or dangerous or on the hush. Before he left Mary at the library, he extracted a promise from her that she'd stay put. The last thing he needed was to be searching Southbridge for her. He avoided Brickmaker's Alley, just in case, and followed the river west from the bridge, wrinkling his nose against the stench. If the Southies came after him, he reasoned, he could jump into the Durnwater. No one who wasn't in fear for his life would follow him into that cesspool. The pristine river that emerged from the eastern spirits became an open sewer in Fellsmarch. It was a thorn in the side of the clans, who considered the river sacred. The streets were strangely quiet, even for this time of day, and the Queen's Guard was unusually visible. Han faded away from several bluejacket patrols and had to continually adjust his route to avoid clusters of soldiers on street corners. In Southbridge, guilty or not, you avoided the guard. It was a tradition handed down through the generations. By the time he reached the Keg and Crown, it was nearly midday. It should have been prime for the lunch trade, but only about half the tables were occupied. Matthew stood at the bar, glumly carving plate-sized slices off a leg of mutton. "Hey, Matthew," Han said. "I've come for the empties." Matthew froze, staring at Han as if he'd seen a demon. Sliding the knife into his apron pocket, he retrieved the bottles from behind the counter and set them on the bar, never taking his eyes off Han. "What's going on?" Han asked, sliding the bottles into his carry bag. "It's strange outside. Nobody on the streets except for the guard, and plenty of them." "You haven't heard?" Matthew squinted at Han. Han shook his head. "Heard what?" "Half a dozen Southies went down last night," Matthew said, pulling out his knife again. "And that's a lot, even for this neighborhood. The bodies was scattered all around the waterfront, left for show, so people are jumpy, thinking the gang war is starting up again." "Went down how?" Han asked, staring at him. "Now isn't that the odd part?" Matthew said. "Wasn't your typical knifing or clubbing. They looked like they'd been tortured, then garroted." "Maybe somebody looking for their stash," Han said, trying for casual, though it wasn't easy with his mouth gone dry. "Mayhap." Matthew waggled his knife at Han, curiosity wrestling with caution all over his face. "Thought as you might know something about it." "Me?" Han fastened down the flap on his bag. "What would I know about it?" "Everybody knows you're street lord of the raggers, and everybody knows the Southies roughed you up the other day. Looks like payback to me." "Well, everybody's wrong," Han said. "I'm out of that." "Right," Matthew said. "Just remember, I don't want no trouble." Han hoisted his bag over his shoulder. "Believe me, I don't want trouble either." But trouble had a way of finding him. As he walked out of the Keg and Crown, he just had time to notice it had begun to rain again, before someone grabbed him by the collar and slammed him up against the stone wall of the tavern. "Bloody Southies," he thought. He kicked and struggled, trying to make himself a moving target, expecting at any moment to feel a knife slide between his ribs. But his captor kept him pinned to the wall with one hand while ripping his bag free with the other. The bottles clanked as the bag hit the ground. Then he was crudely patted down one-handed and relieved of his several knives. And his purse. Finally, his attacker slung him around and smashed him against the wall, face out this time. Han found himself staring into a familiar face, sallow and unhealthy-looking, with thin, cruel lips drawn back from yellow, rotten teeth. His breath was staggeringly bad. It was his old nemesis, Mac Gillen, sergeant in the Queen's Guard, and behind him another half-dozen bluejackets. "Hey! Give me back my purse!" Han said loudly, figuring it was best to raise the topic early and often. Gillen punched him hard in the stomach, and the breath exploded from Han's lungs. "Well now, Cuffs, you've done it this time," Gillen said, taking advantage of Han's inability to speak. "I knowed just who was responsible, and I knowed just where to find you. Had to wait a bit is all." "I don't know what you're talking about," Han gasped, doubled over, arms wrapped protectively over his midsection. Gillen gripped Han's hair and yanked his head up so they were eye to eye. The sergeant had put on weight since Han had last seen him, and now his soiled uniform gaped between the buttons. At least somebody's eating well in Southbridge, Han thought. "Who's been beating on you, Ragger?" Gillen demanded. Wasn't the Southies, was it?
Nah,
Han said, falling into his old habit of making a bad situation worse.
It was the guard. I wouldn't pay up.
Everybody knew the Bluejackets would leave you alone if you paid protection to the right person, and Mac Gillen was the right person. Wham! Gillen brought his club down on Han's head, and he fell to his knees, biting his tongue and seeing stars. He covered his head with his arms. "Stop it!" someone shouted. Han didn't see who. It must have been one of the other Bluejackets. Or Matthew come to his aid? But Gillen was in a blood rage, totally focused on Han.
"You did for those Southies, didn't you, Alister? You and your friends." Wham!
This blow fell on Han's forearm with bone-shattering force, and he screamed.
"Now you're going to confess, and then you're going to swing for it, and I'm going to be there to watch."
"I said stop it!" The same voice, but right on top of them now. Startled, Han wiped blood from his eyes and looked up to see the club descending again, but it never connected. It flew sideways, and Gillen yelped in pain. Han slumped back against the wall, eyes closed, head lolling sideways, at the same time gathering his feet under him.
"You hit him again and I'll crack your skull,"
his benefactor said. "Back off."
"What the bloody hell do you think you're doing?" Gillen bellowed. "I'm in command here. I'm the sergeant. You're just a corporal."
"Back off, Sergeant Gillen, sir," the corporal said sardonically.
"In the Queen's Guard, sir, we don't beat confessions out of prisoners on the street."
"Nah," one of the other Bluejackets said, snorting with laughter. "We usually take him back to the guardhouse first."
"Are you all right?"
A soldier squatted next to Han, looking anxiously into his face. Peering through his lashes, Han realized to his surprise that his benefactor was young, no older than he was. The baby Bluejacket's face was pale with anger, and a lock of straight black hair fell down over his forehead. Han blinked away a double image and said nothing.
"You could have killed him,"
the corporal said, looking up at Gillen, his face twisted in disgust. Huh, Han thought. This one must have missed his guard orientation. He had starch, at least, to cross Gillen.
"You listen to me, Byrne," Gillen said. "Maybe you're the son of the commander, and maybe you go to the academy. That don't mean nothing. You're still just a boy. You don't know these streets like we do. This one's a cold-blooded killer and a thief. Just never been caught red-handed before."
Byrne stood and faced Gillen.
"Where's your proof? He got beat up? That's it?"
Good one, Han thought, silently rooting for the blue-blood corporal, but knowing better than to say anything aloud. Gillen nudged Han with a foot, none too gently.
"They call him Cuffs,"
Gillen said.
"He's the leader of a street gang named the Raggers. They've been feuding with the Southies for years. 2 days ago, the Southies caught Cuffs on his own in Brickmaker's Alley. If the guard hadn't showed up, he'd be dead already."
Gillen grinned and ran his pale tongue over his cracked lips.
"Would have been a service to the community if we'd let him finish the job. Them poor devils we found yesterday. You saw what was done to him. Had to be the Raggers. No one else would take the Southies on. It's a revenge killing for sure, and this one's responsible."
Corporal Byrne looked down at Han, swallowing hard.
"Fine, we take him in for questioning. He confesses or he doesn't. No beatings. Any confession you beat out of a person doesn't mean anything. They'll say anything to make you stop."
Gillen spat on the ground.
"You'll learn, Corporal. You can't coddle a street rat. They'll turn on you, and they have teeth, believe me."
He turned to the watching Bluejackets.
"Bring him along, then. We'll see to him back at the guardhouse."
The way he said it gave Han the shivers. This do-gooder Corporal Byrne wouldn't be there every hour of every day. "One other thing, sir," Byrne said. "Maybe you should give him back his purse." Gillen leveled a look of such vitriol at Byrne that, despite everything, Han had to stifle himself to keep from laughing. Gillen reached into his coat and pulled out Han's purse, made a show of digging through it to make sure he didn't have any weapons in there, then jammed it back into Han's jacket pocket. No telling how long it'd stay there. Two bluejackets grabbed Han's arms and hauled him upright, and the pain was blinding. His left forearm felt like it was packed with shards of glass. They draped his arms over their shoulders and began dragging him between them. Han hung, limp as a rag, trying not to pass out, his mind racing furiously, leaping from thought to thought. Could the raggers have done for 6 of the Southies? Why would they? Not on his account, not even for old time's sake. Anything that splashy always brought unwanted attention from the guard. Everybody knew that. If not them, who? Whatever had happened, he couldn't expect fair treatment at the guardhouse. They needed someone to pin this on. He'd dance to whatever tune they played, and he'd end up at the end of a rope. He thought of Mary waiting for him back at the temple, of Mam scrubbing laundry at Fellsmarch Castle. They'd be the ones to pay. He couldn't let that happen. By now they were passing Southbridge Temple, turning onto the bridge over the river. Han groaned loudly, scuffling his feet in the dirt as if to gain a purchase. "Hey, watch yourself," one of the bluejackets said, tightening his hold on Han's upper arm. Han groaned again. "Ow, my head! It hurts! Let go!" He struggled to free his arms. "I don't feel so good," he said, allowing a trace of panic to enter his voice. "I'm serious. I'm gonna spew." He clamped his mouth shut and blew out his cheeks suggestively. "Not all over me, you're not," his bluejacket captor said. Gripping Han's collar and the waist of his breeches, the guardsman propelled him to the stone wall that lined the bridge. "Spill it into the river, boy, and make it quick." Han braced his good hand on the wall, then slammed his head back into the guardsman's face. The bluejacket screamed and let go of him, blood pouring from his broken nose. Han boosted himself atop the wall and squatted there, looking down at the debris floating on the water. "Stop him!" Gillen screeched behind him. "He's getting away!" Hands clutched at him as Han launched himself from the wall, executing a flat, shallow dive that took him as far as possible from the stone piers of the bridge. Somehow he managed to miss hitting any of the boats crowded together in the narrow channel and sliced into the water closer to the north shore. He surfaced, spitting out a mouthful of filthy water, gagging for real this time. Good he could swim, courtesy of his summers with the clans. Not many city boys could. "There he is!" he heard Gillen's voice carrying across the water. "You on the water! 5 girlies for the one what catches him!" 5 girlies. He'd just about turn himself in for that. Han submerged again and swam blindly toward the Rag Market shore, kicking strongly to compensate for his useless right arm, eyes closed tight against the murky water. When he raised his head to check his position and correct his crooked progress, a clamor of voices said he'd been spotted. Then he went under again and managed to lose himself amid the motley of watercraft and floating garbage. Finally, he reached the docks on the Rag Market side, slid underneath, and waded through the shallows to where the dock met the shore. There he huddled between the pilings, shaking, teeth chattering. The noise of the search faded as the guard spread its net wider and wider, until finally Han couldn't hear it at all. Still, he waited for dark before he slipped out from under the dock and waded to shore. Chapter 9. Eyes and Ears. The day after the fire on the mountain, Raisa spent all morning with her language tutor, trying to wrap her tongue around soft southern vowels. Tamric was a sloppy language, given to imprecision and double meanings, made for politics. Raisa much preferred the hard focus of Vale speech or the subtle nuances of the clan tongue. As they were finishing, the Queen's messenger brought a request that Raisa join her mother for midday in her suite. This was unusual enough that Raisa wondered what kind of trouble she was in. When the Privy Chamberlain ushered Raisa into her mother's rooms, she found a table set for two. Her mother was seated by the fire, her pale hair loose, a glittering silk shawl draped around her shoulders. The Queen always seemed to be cold. She suffered like a delicate flatland flower transplanted into an inhospitable climate. By contrast, Raisa felt like a tough alpine lichen, dark and stubborn and low to the ground. Raisa bobbed a curtsy, looking around as she did so. "Mama, is it just us?" Mariana patted the seat beside her. "Yes, sweetheart. It seems as though we've scarcely had a chance to talk since you returned from Demon Eye." Praise the Maker, Raisa thought. Lately it seemed she'd never had the chance to be alone with her mother. Lord Bayard was always around. This was her chance to speak to the Queen about the issue of the mercenaries. Maybe she could even persuade her mother to intervene and order Captain Byrne to assign Eamon to Raisa's personal guard. Raisa sat down next to her mother, and Mariana poured tea from a thick jug on the table. "Are you quite all right after that dreadful scare up on Honolea?" the Queen asked. "I had trouble sleeping last night. Shall I ask Lord Vega to come attend you?" Harriman Vega was the court physician. "I'm fine, Mother," Raisa said. "A few bumps and bruises is all." "Thanks to the Bayards," Mariana said. "We are so fortunate in our High Wizard, and young Micah seems to have inherited Lord Bayard's talent, don't you think? And his good looks," she added, laughing girlishly. "They are impressive, those Bayards." Raisa took a long sip of tea, recalling her encounter with Micah in the corridor and wondering when and whether to bring it up. "How are your studies going?" Mariana asked. "I worried you might have forgotten everything you knew, having been isolated up in the camp so long, but I've had good reports from the masters." She sounded mildly surprised. "Well," Raisa shifted uncomfortably. "You married a clansman, Mama," she thought. "Do you remember why?" When her parents were together, it seemed like she did, but now her mother sounded like a mouthpiece for Gavin Bayard's continual digs and slanders. "I don't think I suffered for being at Demon Eye," Raisa said. "You know the clans are great for reading and storytelling and music and dance," she said. "Even ciphering. I spent a lot of time working in the markets." "Well, I can't say I approve of that," Mariana said, frowning. "The future Queen of the Fells learning to be a shopkeeper?" "Oh, Mama, I learned so much," Raisa said. "It's all about learning to read people and knowing when to give in and when to stick to a price. You have to be able to judge quality on the fly and decide what your high price is. Plus, you learn to walk away from a bad deal no matter how much you want something." Raisa leaned forward, gripping her skirts, willing her mother to understand how the delicate give-and-take of trade and negotiation fueled her. How the flicker of an eye or a sheen of sweat on a trader's upper lip revealed more than he intended, and how letting go of greed and desire allowed her to present an unreadable face in the tough-and-tumble world of the markets. The Queen listened, fingering the bracelet on her slender wrist, but Raisa could tell she wasn't in a buying mood. Raisa forced herself to settle back into her chair. "Anyway, it wasn't a waste of time," she said lightly. "I'll take your word for it," Mariana said. She paused as Claire carried in a silver tray, set it on the table, and left again. The Queen stood. "Well then," she said, "let's eat, shall we?" Raisa's mother seemed to find it easier to say what was on her mind with food between them. "Your 16th name day is coming," she said abruptly, as Raisa picked apart her puff pastry fish pie. "Is it really? I hadn't realized," Raisa said, rolling her eyes. "Margaret is going sway-backed carrying in the suitor gifts." Her mother smiled. "We expect your debut to attract considerable interest," she said, in her element now that the discussion was about marriages and parties. "Given the war in the South, the successions are, shall we say, in question. Many Southern princes will see marriage to a Northern princess as a means of solidifying their position in the South, and also as a kind of refuge in case the worst happens." She looked directly at Raisa. "We don't want to fall into that trap." "What do you mean?" Raisa asked, pausing with a sweet bun halfway to her mouth. She'd never heard her mother say 2 words together about politics. "Well, you won't know how things will turn out. Depending on how the war goes, you may be marrying a king or a fugitive." Raisa shrugged. "I'll be queen on my own account. I don't need to marry a king." "Precisely," Mariana said, smiling and taking her first bite. "I don't understand," Raisa said. "Precisely what?" "We should avoid a Southern alliance," Mariana said. "Things are just too unsettled. There's little to gain and much to lose. We could be drawn into their wars." "Well," Raisa said, thinking of what Eamon had said, "the Southern wars won't last forever. Maybe we should wait and see who wins, then decide what alliance would be most advantageous. A Southern marriage may be just what we want. We may need friends when they turn their attention to us." Mariana blinked at her as if she'd begun speaking Tamric. "But we don't know when that will be," she said. "We can't afford to sit on our hands in the meantime." "We could be preparing for it now," Raisa said. "A lot of our people have gone as mercenaries in the South, since the money's good. Wouldn't it be a good idea to try to bring them home and use them to build up our own army?" The Queen wrapped her shawl more firmly about her, as if it were armor. "We have no money for that, Raisa," she said. "We could get rid of the foreign mercenaries we have now," Raisa said. "That should free up some money." "That's easier said than done," the Queen said. "They hold positions of command. General Cleemath relies on them to—" "I didn't say it would be easy," Raisa said. "I just think it's something to consider. It costs more to buy foreign soldiers, and people fight better when they're defending their own homes and families, and having all these foreigners here might be risky." "Where did this come from?" Mariana asked, frowning. "Is this something you heard at Demon Eye Camp?" That was royal code for, "Is this something you heard from your father? From your grandmother, Elena?" "Just between us," Eamon had said, and she didn't want to get him or Captain Byrne into trouble. "No, it's just something I've been thinking for a while." "Right now you should be focusing on your studies," Mariana said. "I'll be considering who might be the best match for you and the Fells. We can't delay your marriage until the Southerners stop fighting. That may never happen." "But there's no hurry," Raisa said. "You married young, but there's no reason I should. You'll rule for a long time yet. I'll probably be an old crone with my grandchildren around me by the time I come to the throne." Mariana fussed with her shawl. "I don't know," she said softly. "Sometimes I think I'm not long for this world." It was an old weapon, familiar since Raisa was a little girl, still effective. "Stop that!" Raisa snapped, then added, "Please don't say those things, Mama. I can't stand it." When she was little, Raisa used to creep out from the nursery to watch her mother sleep, afraid that she would stop breathing if Raisa wasn't there to intervene. The fact that there was something ethereal, almost otherworldly about her mother only reinforced Raisa's fears. Yet she knew Mariana wasn't beyond using this tactic to get her own way. "It would just ease my mind if I knew the question of your marriage was settled," Mariana said with a sigh. Raisa had no intention of seeing anything settled very soon. Marriage was just another kind of prison to put off for as long as possible. She'd been looking forward to a long season of flirting and wooing and kissing and clandestine meetings involving desperate declarations of love. Negotiation, give and take, redirection. Ah, redirection. That had always worked well with the Queen. "I've been thinking about my name day party," Raisa said, though she hadn't been, really. "I have some ideas about a dress, and I wanted to see what you thought." And so they spent a half-hour discussing the pros and cons of satin versus lace, and black versus white versus emerald green, flounces versus overskirts, tiaras versus beaded snoods and glitter net. Then moved on to debating a tent in the garden versus a party in the great hall. "We'll need to meet with Cook to discuss the matter of the menu," Mariana said, when they'd about worn the topic out. "If we make some decisions now, it will save us considerable trouble in the end. Now, some of it will depend on the guest list, of course." "Eamon's looking forward to the feast," Raisa said, thinking to turn the conversation in a direction she favored. "I'm glad he's back." "I've been meaning to talk to you about Eamon Byrne," the Queen said, in a tone of voice that never meant good news. "What about Eamon?" Raisa asked, already defensive. "Margaret said you and Corporal Byrne had a secret meeting late last night in the glass house," Mariana said, absently turning a ring on her finger. "It was hardly secret," Raisa said. "We haven't seen each other in 3 years. We wanted to catch up, and I didn't get a chance to talk to him during dinner." "You told Lord Bayard you had a headache," Mariana said. "I did have a headache," Raisa lied. "What of it?" "And then you slipped away to meet Corporal Byrne," the Queen said. "How does that look?" "I sat with him in a public place with my nurse along," Raisa said, her voice rising. "You tell me, how does that look?" "Margaret says the two of you left her in the maze and slipped off on your own," Queen Mariana said. "Margaret fell asleep on the bench, and we chose not to disturb her," Raisa said. "You know how she gets when you wake her up. I had to go back to get her this morning." That was gratitude for you. Margaret had been rather testy, complaining about aches and pains in her old bones from sleeping on the stone bench all night. Which maybe explained why she'd run to Queen Mariana to tell tales. Raisa had counted on her to stay quiet to cover up falling asleep on the job. You never could tell what people would do. "And then Corporal Byrne was seen leaving your room later that night." Raisa shoved back her chair.